Hey there, welcome to Cozy Bedtime True Crime Stories. Tonight, we're diving into 3 hours of gripping true crime cases. Real stories of mystery, betrayal, and cold-blooded crimes, all set against the soothing backdrop of rain. It's the perfect blend of calm and unsettling. If these cases draw you in, tap that like button, share with your fellow true crime lovers, and subscribe to join our curious community. I'm always wondering, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. Now, settle in, and let's dig into the darkness. Story 1. In the quiet suburb of Sylvania Township, Ohio, just outside of Toledo, Nicole Jones lived a life that many would have called ordinary, even unremarkable. At 53 years old, she had weathered the storms that life had thrown her way and had settled into a routine that brought her comfort. She worked, maintained her home, and above all else, she remained devoted to her son, Jonathan, even when that devotion meant tolerating circumstances that troubled her deeply. Nicole was the kind of mother who opened her doors to family no matter how complicated the situation became. And in the spring of 2023, that generosity would cost her everything. Jonathan Jones, Nicole's 33-year-old son, had a history that cast long shadows over the household. He had struggled with the law, accumulating convictions that included vandalism, child endangering, and attempted pandering of obscenity involving minors. Crimes that spoke to poor judgment and troubling behavior patterns. In 2022, he had become involved with a minor, a relationship that was not only morally questionable but illegal, and he had been convicted for his actions. Yet despite a court order prohibiting him from having contact with underage individuals, and despite his failure to appear for sentencing, Jonathan continued living under his mother's roof. Nicole could have turned him away, could have insisted he face the consequences of his choices alone, but she was his mother, and she chose to stand by him even when it meant harboring someone who was actively evading justice. The minor in question was a 17-year-old girl named Caitlin Coons, a troubled teenager from Canton, Ohio, who had been living in the foster care system. Caitlin's life had been marked by instability and hardship. She had been placed in group homes, moved from placement to placement, and struggled to find her footing in a world that seemed determined to keep her off balance. Somewhere along the way, she had become entangled with Jonathan Jones, a man more than twice her age, and that relationship had developed into something toxic and dangerous. On April 11, 2023, Caitlin Coons ran away from her group home in Stark County. She disappeared into the night, leaving behind the system that was supposed to protect her and running directly into the arms of Jonathan Jones. He picked her up and brought her to the home he shared with his mother in Sylvania Township. But there was a problem. Nicole knew about Jonathan's legal troubles, knew about the court orders forbidding him from having contact with minors, and she did not approve of Caitlin's presence in her home. To keep Nicole from discovering the girl hiding in her house, Jonathan had Caitlin crawl through a window rather than entering through the front door like a guest. It was a humiliating arrangement, sneaking around like criminals in the very home where Nicole paid the bills and tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy despite her son's chaos. For Caitlin, the situation was intolerable. She had run away to be with Jonathan, to escape the foster care system and the loneliness that had defined so much of her young life, and now Nicole Jones stood as an obstacle between them. In Caitlin's teenage mind, shaped by trauma and instability, Nicole wasn't just disapproving, she was preventing them from being together, actively sabotaging what Caitlin believed was a genuine relationship. The age difference, the illegality, the fundamental inappropriateness of a 33-year-old man pursuing a 17-year-old girl, none of these facts registered as problems for Caitlin. Instead, she fixated on Nicole as the enemy, the barrier that needed to be removed if she and Jonathan were ever going to have a future together. By April 19, 2023, Caitlin's frustration had reached a breaking point. She sat down with Jonathan that morning and presented him with an ultimatum that would shock, Caitlin had told Jonathan that they needed to do something about his mother because she was preventing them from being together, and she gave him 5 hours to do something about her. Directly, she even mentioned killing her. 5 hours. That was the deadline Caitlin set for Jonathan to murder his own mother. When he failed to act, when the 5 hours passed and Nicole Jones was still alive, still breathing, still standing as the impediment to their twisted relationship, Caitlin extended the deadline by 1 more hour. 6 hours total for a son to work up the courage to kill the woman who had given him life, who had stood by him through arrests and convictions, who had opened her home to him when no one else would. But Jonathan couldn't do it. Whether it was love for his mother, fear of the consequences, or simple inability to commit such an act of violence against his own flesh and blood, he sat in the living room and let the hours tick away without making a move. For Caitlin Coons, his inaction was unacceptable. If he wouldn't eliminate the problem, she would do it herself. On that April afternoon, as Nicole Jones stood in her kitchen in front of the refrigerator, perhaps preparing a meal, perhaps reaching for something to drink, perhaps lost in her own thoughts about the complicated situation unfolding under her roof, Caitlin Coons stepped outside and found a rock. Lucas County Prosecutor Andy Lastra would later describe what happened next with chilling clarity. She went outside and retrieved a rock, and when Nicole Jones was standing in front of the refrigerator in the kitchen, unaware of Caitlin's presence, bludgeoned Nicole Jones a number of times and strangled her. The attack was brutal and relentless. Caitlin struck Nicole repeatedly with the rock, the blows landing with enough force to cause devastating injuries. When the bludgeoning alone didn't finish the job, Caitlin wrapped her hands around Nicole's throat and strangled her, squeezing until the life drained from the 53-year-old woman's body. Throughout the entire assault, Jonathan Jones sat in the living room, just steps away from where his mother was being murdered, and did nothing to stop it. When it was over, when Nicole Jones lay dead on the kitchen floor, the two people who had killed her faced the grim reality of what they had done. They needed to dispose of the body, to hide the evidence of their crime, to create enough time and distance to escape before anyone discovered what had happened. They drove to a local store and purchased supplies, a tarp and trash bags. Then they returned to the house where Nicole's body still lay and set about wrapping her remains. According to prosecutor Jennifer Liptic-Wilson, who reviewed their confessions, Jonathan and Caitlin wrapped Nicole's body in the tarps and placed her in the trunk of her own vehicle. The indignity of it was staggering. Nicole's car, which she had driven to work and to run errands, now served as a makeshift hearse carrying her corpse to an unmarked grave. But before they disposed of the body, Jonathan and Caitlin did something that would haunt. They went out to eat, sharing a meal while Nicole's body remained in the trunk of the car parked nearby. After dinner, they drove to a nearby apartment complex and found a dumpster. Together, they lifted Nicole's wrapped body and dumped it inside, discarding her like trash, erasing her from the world as if she had never mattered. The dumpster was later emptied, its contents transported to a landfill where Nicole's remains were buried under tons of garbage. Police believe her body will never be recovered, denying her family even the small comfort of laying her to rest with dignity. In the days immediately following the murder, Caitlin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. On April 18th, she had been reported missing by Stark County Children's Services after she failed to return to her group home. But the disappearance took on a more sinister dimension when Canton police received a disturbing message. According to authorities, a nurse from the group home had received a text message allegedly from Caitlin, claiming that she had killed 2 people and was on the run. The reference to 2 people raised immediate alarm. If Caitlin had killed Nicole Jones, who was the second victim, the mystery would never be fully resolved, though investigators speculated about various possibilities. What was clear was that Caitlin was spiraling, and she had involved Jonathan in a plan to flee the country before law enforcement could piece together what had happened. When Canton police learned of the threatening text message, they immediately contacted the Sylvania Township Police Department to request a welfare check on Nicole Jones. Officers arrived at the home Nicole shared with her son and attempted to make contact, but no one came to the door. United States Marshals also arrived on the scene and were forced to enter the residence to check on Nicole's safety. Inside, they found no sign of Nicole or Jonathan. Both had vanished. As the investigation intensified and authorities began searching for the missing woman, Jonathan and Caitlin were already executing their escape plan. They fled south, crossing the border into Mexico, where they hoped to evade capture and start new lives far from the consequences of their actions. For several weeks, they lived on the run, constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering when or if authorities would catch up to them. But modern technology and international cooperation between law enforcement agencies made it nearly impossible for them to disappear completely. GPS data from Jonathan's phone tracked their movements, showing a trail that led from the murder scene to the store where they purchased the tarp and trash bags, then to the apartment complex where they had dumped Nicole's body. The digital breadcrumbs created an undeniable timeline of their actions. On May 6, 2023, approximately 2 weeks after Nicole's murder, Mexican authorities arrested Jonathan Jones and Caitlin Coons, ending their international flight from justice. They were extradited back to Ohio to face charges that would determine the rest of their lives. Once in custody, both Jonathan and Caitlin were interviewed by FBI agents, and both gave detailed confessions about what had happened to Nicole Jones. Their statements matched the GPS data, the store receipts, and the physical evidence that investigators had been meticulously gathering. The case against them was overwhelming, built on their own admissions and corroborated by technology that tracked their every movement. In November 2023, Caitlin Coons appeared in court for a hearing to determine whether she would be tried as an adult or as a juvenile. Despite her age, she had been just 17 at the time of the murder. A judge ruled that the severity and premeditated nature of her crime warranted adult prosecution. She was charged with aggravated murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. Jonathan Jones faced similar charges: aggravated murder, felonious assault, aggravated burglary, aggravated robbery, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. The legal proceedings moved forward through the winter and into the spring of 2024. Nicole's family, devastated by her loss and horrified by the betrayal committed by her own son, waited for justice. Her brother, Robert Jones, spoke publicly about the profound impact of Nicole's death, describing a pain that went beyond ordinary grief. The agony of losing Nikki is compounded by the unimaginable betrayal we feel, he said during a court hearing. We are denied the closure that comes with laying a loved one to rest, and we are haunted by unanswered questions and horrific imaginings of her final moments. The absence of Nicole's body meant there would be no funeral, no grave to visit, no physical place where the family could go to remember her and mourn. She had simply been erased, discarded in a landfill somewhere, her final resting place unknown and likely unknowable. On June 4, 2024, more than a year after Nicole's murder, Jonathan Jones and Caitlin Coons appeared together in Lucas County Common Pleas Court to enter their pleas. Both pleaded no contest to single counts of aggravated murder and abuse of a corpse. A no contest plea meant they did not admit guilt, but accepted the conviction and the consequences that came with it. In exchange for their pleas, prosecutors dropped several other charges that had been pending against them. Lucas County Prosecutor Julia R. Bates announced the resolution with a statement that acknowledged both the horror of the crime and the relief that comes with closure. This was a horrific event, Bates said. We are relieved to reach a resolution in this case. We hope this brings some measure of peace to Nicole Jones' family. May her memory forever live in their hearts. The sentencing was swift and severe. Judge sentenced both Jonathan Jones, now 34 years old, and Caitlin Coons, now 18, to life in prison with the possibility of parole after they each served 25 years. It meant that Jonathan would be nearly 60 years old before he could even be considered for release, and Caitlin would be in her early 40s. The possibility of parole was just that, a possibility, not a guarantee. The parole board could ultimately determine that the nature of their crime and their lack of remorse warranted keeping them incarcerated for the remainder of their natural lives. But even as the criminal case reached its conclusion, the legal battles surrounding Nicole's death continued. In April 2024, the administrator of Nicole Jones' estate filed a civil wrongful death lawsuit against both Jonathan Jones and Caitlin Coons, seeking $25,000 in damages and other associated costs. The lawsuit represented an attempt to hold them financially accountable for the destruction they had caused, though no amount of money could ever compensate for the loss of a mother, sister, and friend. The story of Nicole Jones is a tragedy that defies easy comprehension. She was a woman who tried to help her troubled son, who opened her home to him even when he was wanted by authorities, even when his choices put her in an uncomfortable position. Her kindness was repaid with betrayal of the most fundamental kind. A son who sat idle while his teenage girlfriend murdered his mother in their own kitchen, then helped dispose of her body like garbage. For Caitlin Coons, a girl who had been failed by so many systems meant to protect vulnerable children, the crime represents a descent into darkness that might have been prevented with better intervention and support. But it also demonstrates the dangerous consequences of allowing a child to become involved with a predatory adult who normalized illegal behavior and created an environment where murder became a solution to a perceived problem. Nicole Jones' body has never been found. Somewhere in a landfill beneath layers of refuse and earth, her remains rest in an unmarked, unknown location. Her family will never have the opportunity to hold a proper funeral, to stand at a gravesite and say their final goodbyes. That denial of closure, as her brother Robert noted, compounds the agony of her loss in ways that are almost unbearable. Today, Jonathan Jones and Caitlin Coons sit in separate Ohio prisons, serving life sentences for the murder of Nicole Jones. They destroyed a life, shattered a family, and robbed the world of a woman who had committed no crime other than trying to protect her son from the consequences of his own poor choices. The case serves as a stark reminder that evil can emerge from unexpected places, that the people we love can betray us in unimaginable ways, and that a mother's unconditional love, noble and pure as it may be, can sometimes lead to the darkest of endings. Story 2. The autumn of 2021 should have been a season of joy and new beginnings for Justin and Amber Hicks. After years of saving and planning, the childhood sweethearts had finally purchased their dream home in Acworth, Georgia, a quiet suburb northwest of Atlanta where families raised children and neighbors waved to each other across manicured lawns. Justin, 31 years old, had served as a firefighter with Cherokee County for more than 6 years, dedicating his life to protecting others and rushing into burning buildings when everyone else was running out. Amber, also 31, worked as an audiology assistant, helping patients navigate the complexities of hearing loss with patience and compassion. Together, they were raising their 2-year-old son, Jacob, a bright-eyed toddler who filled their lives with laughter and the simple wonder that only small children possess. The couple had grown up down the street from each other, their romance blossoming from childhood friendship into the kind of enduring love that becomes the foundation of a lifetime together. Those who knew them described Justin and Amber as generous, kind, and deeply devoted to their family and community. When they moved into their new home in September 2021, just 73 days before their lives would be stolen from them, they believed they were building the future they had always dreamed about. A safe place where Jacob could grow, where memories would accumulate like treasures, and where love would be the constant that carried them through all of life's uncertainties. But unbeknownst to the Hicks family, their dream home carried a dark history, and living just behind their property, sharing a fence line with their backyard, was a young man named Matthew Scott Lands whose grip on reality was slipping away with each passing day. Matthew Lands was 22 years old when the Hicks family moved into the home on Verbena Drive in Acworth. He lived in an apartment in Athens, Georgia, where he had been attending the University of Georgia, but he frequently returned to the Acworth area where his family lived. On the surface, Matthew might have appeared to be just another college student navigating the challenges of young adulthood. But beneath that facade, something profoundly troubling was taking root in his mind. hallucinations, paranoia, and delusions that would eventually manifest in unspeakable violence. Matthew's parents watched helplessly as their younger son descended into a psychological crisis they couldn't control, even as they were still reeling from an even more devastating tragedy involving their older son, Austin William Lands. The story of the Lands brothers reads like a nightmare that no family should ever have to endure. Austin, who was 5 years older than Matthew, had his own history of disturbing behavior, and in the months leading up to the Hicks murders, he had engaged in a relentless harassment campaign against the previous owners of the very home where Justin and Amber would later live. Philip Brent and his fiancée had owned the Verbena Drive property before selling it to the Hicks family. During their time there, Austin Lands had tormented them with bizarre and frightening behavior. Surveillance cameras captured him slipping explicit and vaguely threatening messages into their mailbox. He would lurk around their property at odd hours, his presence a constant source of anxiety and fear. Then, in April 2021, Austin escalated his campaign to outright violence. Armed with a sledgehammer, he smashed through the couple's back door, entered their home, opened their blinds, and rummaged through their bed in what appeared to be preparation for an attack. Philip Brent later told the Associated Press that he believed Austin had intended to harm or kill him and his fiancée. Austin was arrested and charged with burglary and trespassing for the break-in, but he was released and allowed to move to Virginia. The Brents, terrified by the escalating violence and unwilling to remain in a home where they no longer felt safe, sold the property. It was purchased on August 31st, 2021, and Justin and Amber Hicks moved in shortly thereafter, completely unaware of the dark shadow that hung over their new home. Just 3 days after the Brents' home was sold, on August 3rd, 2021, Austin William Lands arrived at the Pentagon Transit Center in Arlington, Virginia. At 10:40 in the morning, he stepped off a bus and, without provocation or warning, attacked Pentagon Police Officer George Gonzalez, stabbing him in the neck with a knife. A struggle ensued, during which Austin managed to grab Officer Gonzalez's service weapon. He shot the officer in the head, killing him, and then turned the gun on himself, committing suicide as other officers arrived on the scene. The attack was swift, brutal, and seemingly senseless. Austin had had previous negative interactions with law enforcement and the military, and experts later assessed that the attack was likely motivated by revenge and declining mental health. Officer Gonzalez, a dedicated public servant, died because he happened to be standing at his post when a deeply disturbed young man decided to act on his delusions. For the Lands family, Austin's death and the murder he committed shattered whatever stability remained in their lives. They were grieving the loss of one son while watching their other son, Matthew, spiral deeper into his own mental health crisis. Matthew's hallucinations and paranoia had intensified after Austin's death. The line between reality and delusion had become increasingly blurred for Matthew, and he began to fixate on the home behind his family's property. The same home that his brother Austin had terrorized. The same home where Justin and Amber Hicks were now living with their toddler son. On the evening of November 17, 2021, as darkness settled over the quiet Ackworth neighborhood, Matthew Lands began his surveillance of the Hicks home. Surveillance footage would later show him walking around the property multiple times between 9:31 and 9:55 p.m., circling the house like a predator studying its prey. He watched through windows, observed the family's movements, and planned his attack with chilling deliberation. Justin and Amber had no idea they were being watched, no warning that their final moments together were approaching. At some point during that 24-minute window, Matthew broke into the home through a back window. Inside, he found Justin and Amber in their bedroom. What happened next would haunt investigators and devastate everyone who knew the young couple. Matthew opened fire with his own gun, shooting both Justin and Amber multiple times. The brutality of the attack was overwhelming. A firefighter who spent his life saving others was murdered in his own home, along with the woman he had loved since childhood. At 10:10 p.m., surveillance footage captured Matthew Lands leaving the Hicks residence and driving away toward his apartment in Athens, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable horror. But the full scope of the tragedy wouldn't be understood until the following morning, when family members arrived at the home after being unable to reach Justin and Amber by phone. Justin's father, Tim Hicks, a former police officer himself, was among those who arrived at the house that morning. When no one answered the door, a sense of dread began to build in his chest. Looking through a shattered window, Tim saw something that would haunt him for the rest of his life: his son and daughter-in-law lying dead inside their home. He immediately called 911, and officers rushed to the scene. When law enforcement entered the residence, they made a discovery that turned an already horrific crime into something almost unbearable to comprehend. 2-year-old Jacob Hicks was found alive inside the home, wearing pajamas soaked with his parents' blood. The toddler had been left alone with his parents' bodies for hours. Investigators estimated at least 12 hours had passed since the murders. Video evidence and witness testimony suggested that Jacob had tried to interact with his parents, not understanding that they were gone, attempting to wake them or get their attention as any child would when their mother and father don't respond. The image of that small child, covered in blood, trying to rouse parents who would never wake again, became one of the most heartbreaking details of a case already saturated with tragedy. The investigation into the murders moved quickly. The day after the bodies were discovered, on November 19, 2021, Matthew Lands was in Sandy Springs, Georgia, another Atlanta suburb, when police received reports of a burglary in progress. Officers arrived on the scene and encountered Matthew inside a home he had broken into. What happened next was captured on police body camera footage that would later be presented as evidence in court. When officers confronted Matthew, he attacked them with a hunting knife, stabbing one officer 6 times in the back and neck with ferocious intensity. The wounded officer, displaying remarkable courage and resilience, fought back despite his injuries. Other officers opened fire on Matthew, shooting him twice and wounding him before he could kill the officer he had been attacking. Matthew was taken into custody and transported to a hospital for treatment of his gunshot wounds. The Sandy Springs officer, against all odds, survived the vicious assault and eventually made a full recovery, though he would carry the physical and psychological scars of the attack for the rest of his life. As investigators processed the burglary scene and the assault on the officer, they began to piece together connections that led them back to the Hicks murders. When detectives searched Matthew's family home, they made a crucial discovery. Matthew's parents had confiscated a gun from him after the shootings. When that firearm was tested by ballistics experts, it was conclusively linked to the bullets that had killed Justin and Amber Hicks. DNA evidence recovered from the crime scene also matched Matthew Lands, and surveillance footage placed him at the property on the night of the murders. The case against Matthew Lands was overwhelming, built on forensic evidence, video surveillance, and the testimony of experts who examined every detail of the crime. But what should have been a straightforward path to trial became instead a years-long legal battle over a single question: was Matthew Lands mentally competent to stand trial? Defense attorneys argued that their client was suffering from severe mental illness that prevented him from understanding the proceedings against him or assisting in his own defense. They pointed to his delusions about government agencies conspiring against him, his hallucinations, and the family history of mental health crises that had already resulted in one brother's murder-suicide. Prosecutors countered that while Matthew certainly had mental health issues, he retained the capacity to make rational decisions and could work with his attorneys to mount a defense. The competency hearings dragged on for years, delaying justice for the Hicks family and prolonging their agony. Tim Hicks, Justin's father, waited year after year to see his son's killer brought to trial, all while raising Jacob, the grandson who had lost his parents in the most traumatic circumstances imaginable. The extended Hicks family, siblings, parents, friends, and colleagues from the Cherokee County Fire Department, all waited for closure that seemed like it might never come. Finally, in October 2024, Judge Sonia N. Brown ruled that Matthew Lands was indeed competent to stand trial. The judge determined that interviews and evaluations showed Matthew appeared to have the capacity to make rational decisions, and was working with his attorneys, with a few minor outbursts that did not significantly disrupt the proceedings. The trial could move forward. On November 18, 2025, nearly 4 years after the murders, the trial of Matthew Scott Lands finally began in Cobb County Superior Court. Matthew waived his right to a jury trial, opting instead for a bench trial where Judge Brown alone would determine his guilt or innocence. Over 3 days of testimony, prosecutors presented their case with methodical precision. They showed surveillance footage of Matthew circling the Hicks home on the night of the murders, his movements deliberate and predatory. They presented DNA evidence that placed him inside the residence. They called ballistics experts who testified that the gun recovered from Matthew's parents' home was unquestionably the weapon used to kill Justin and Amber. First responders and family members took the stand, their voices breaking as they described the scene they had encountered. 2 loving parents murdered in their bed, a toddler left alone in unspeakable circumstances. Prosecutor Stephanie Green argued that Matthew had stalked and hunted the Hicks family, transforming what should have been their sanctuary into a killing ground. The defense attorneys attempted to argue that Matthew's severe mental illness had driven his actions, that his delusions about government conspiracies had consumed his thoughts and made him believe he needed to act. But the evidence was simply too overwhelming to overcome. On November 20th, 2025, Judge Sonia N. Brown delivered her verdict. The courtroom fell silent as she methodically addressed each count. 2 counts of malice murder, 4 counts of felony murder, home invasion, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 2 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, second-degree cruelty to children for leaving Jacob alone with his parents' bodies, and tampering with evidence. On every single count, Judge Brown pronounced the same word, guilty. When the final guilty verdict was read, the courtroom erupted in applause, a rare display of emotion in a formal legal proceeding. Family members wept with relief and grief, grateful that justice had finally been served, but knowing that no verdict could ever bring Justin and Amber back. The following day, November 21st, 2025, Judge Brown reconvened court for the sentencing hearing. Matthew Lands chose not to appear, waiving his right to be present as his fate was decided. Before pronouncing sentence, the judge heard from 13 people whose lives had been forever altered by Matthew's crimes. They spoke of Justin's kindness, his dedication to saving lives, his love for his family. They spoke of Amber's warmth, her gentle spirit, her devotion to Jacob. They spoke of the hole that had been torn in their lives, a wound that would never fully heal. Tim Hicks, Justin's father, addressed the court with the measured composure of a former law enforcement officer, but his pain was evident in every word. He had not only lost his son and daughter-in-law, but had also taken on the responsibility of raising Jacob, helping the little boy navigate a world without his parents. Judge Brown listened to each statement with visible compassion before delivering her sentence. Matthew Scott Lands would receive 2 consecutive life sentences, without the possibility of parole for the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks. In addition, he would receive another life sentence, 20 years and 12 months for the other crimes, all to be served concurrently with his murder sentences. It was the most severe punishment available under Georgia law, ensuring that Matthew Lands, now 26 years old, would never walk free again. The case of Matthew Lands is a tragedy that encompasses multiple families and multiple victims. Justin and Amber Hicks died senselessly, murdered by a stranger they had never wronged. Jacob Hicks lost his parents and spent hours alone with their bodies, an experience that will require years of therapy and support to process. Officer George Gonzalez was killed at the Pentagon by Matthew's brother Austin in a separate act of violence that foreshadowed the horror to come. The Sandy Springs police officer, who was stabbed 6 times, bears both physical and emotional scars from his encounter with Matthew. And in a different way, the Lands parents are also victims. Parents who watched both of their sons descend into mental illness, who lost one son to a murder-suicide and will now watch the other spend the rest of his life in prison. They tried to intervene, confiscating Matthew's gun after the Hicks murders, but by then it was already too late. The motive for Matthew's crimes remains unclear. Prosecutors stated that police do not believe Matthew knew the Hicks family, that they were simply neighbors who shared a fence line. Whether Matthew's attack was driven by the same paranoid delusions that consumed his brother Austin, whether there was some fixation on the house that both brothers had targeted, or whether his mental illness simply manifested as random violence, may never be fully understood. What is certain is that Justin and Amber Hicks deserved the future that was stolen from them. They deserved to watch Jacob grow up, to celebrate birthdays and holidays, to grow old together surrounded by the love they had cultivated since childhood. Instead, their lives ended on a November night in 2021, cut short by bullets fired by a disturbed young man who had lost his grip on reality. Today, Matthew Land sits in a Georgia prison, serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. Jacob Hicks is being raised by his grandfather and extended family, surrounded by people determined to fill his life with the love his parents would have given him. And in Ackworth, Georgia, the home on Verbena Drive stands as a monument to a dream that became a nightmare, a place where a young family's hope for the future collided with inexplicable violence, leaving behind questions that may never be fully answered in grief that will endure for generations. Story 3. The village of Traversetolo sits nestled in the verdant countryside of Parma province in northern Italy, a place where cobblestone streets wind between ancient buildings and vineyards stretch toward distant hills. It is the kind of community where neighbors know each other by name, where generations of families have built their lives side by side, and where tragedy, when it arrives, reverberates through every home and heart. In August 2024, the quiet rhythm of life in Traversetolo was shattered by a discovery so horrifying that it would send shockwaves not only through the village, but across the entire nation. The story that emerged was one of unimaginable secrecy, profound deception, and a double loss that defied comprehension. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came when a family dog began digging in the garden of a villa in the hamlet of Vignale, just outside Traversetolo proper. The property belonged to a well-regarded local family, and their home was a spacious, comfortable residence surrounded by carefully maintained grounds. On that summer day, the dog's persistent scratching at a particular spot in the garden drew the attention of family members. What the animal unearthed was beyond anything they could have imagined. Small skeletal remains, unmistakably human, unmistakably those of an infant. The authorities were immediately contacted, and the Carabinieri, Italy's military police force, descended upon the villa to secure the scene and begin their investigation. Forensic teams carefully excavated the area where the remains had been found, working with meticulous precision to preserve any evidence that might explain how a newborn baby had come to be buried in this garden. The remains were transported to a medical examiner's facility, where DNA analysis would soon provide answers to the most pressing question: whose child was this? The investigation quickly focused on Chiara Petrolini, a 21-year-old woman who lived in the villa with her family. Chiara was a student of educational sciences, articulate and intelligent, with a circle of friends and a boyfriend named Samuel Granelli with whom she had been in a relationship for several years. To all outward appearances, she was a typical young woman navigating the challenges and opportunities of early adulthood. She was known to be sociable, often seen at local bars and cafes, attending social events, and maintaining an active presence in the community. Nothing about her demeanor suggested the darkness that investigators were about to uncover. The DNA results confirmed what investigators had begun to suspect. The infant found in the garden was Chiara Petrolini's biological child, and Samuel Granelli was the father. When confronted with this evidence, Chiara initially claimed that the baby had been born dead, a stillbirth that she had buried rather than reporting to authorities. Her explanation raised more questions than it answered. Why would a young woman bury her stillborn child in secret rather than seeking medical help or informing her family? Why had no one known she was pregnant in the first place? As investigators delved deeper, they made an even more disturbing discovery. Continuing their excavation of the garden, forensic teams found a second set of infant remains buried in a different location. This second child was also confirmed through DNA testing to be Chiara's, again with Samuel as the father. The timeline that emerged was chilling. The first infant, a girl, had been buried in May 2023, more than a year before the second child, a boy, was found in August 2024. Chiara had carried 2 pregnancies to term, given birth alone in her home, and buried both babies in her family's garden, all while maintaining a facade of normalcy that deceived everyone around her. The realization sent tremors through Traversetolo. How could a young woman conceal 2 pregnancies from her family, her boyfriend, and her friends? How could she give birth alone, without medical assistance, and then bury the infants without anyone noticing? The case challenged fundamental assumptions about what people thought they knew about those closest to them. Samuel Granelli, the father of both children, was devastated when he learned the truth. He told investigators that he had been completely unaware of either pregnancy. Chiara had never mentioned feeling unwell, never exhibited obvious physical changes, and never gave any indication that she was carrying his children. He felt betrayed, confused, and overwhelmed by grief for 2 babies he had never known existed. Chiara's family was equally shocked. Her parents, described as deeply religious and traditional, had no idea that their daughter had been pregnant. They had continued their daily routines, sharing meals with Chiara, conversing with her about ordinary matters, never suspecting the secret she was carrying. Friends who had spent time with Chiara during both pregnancies reported that she had seemed perfectly normal, her clothing choices and behavior giving no hint of her condition. The deception required extraordinary effort and planning, a level of control that seemed incomprehensible to those who learned of it. Investigators began examining Chiara's digital footprint, searching her internet browsing history for clues that might explain her actions. What they found painted a picture of calculated concealment. Chiara had conducted extensive online searches about how to hide a pregnancy, how to make one's stomach appear flat, and how to induce an abortion at home. She had researched methods for giving birth alone, for cutting an umbilical cord, and for managing the physical aftermath of childbirth without medical intervention. The searches revealed a young woman who was acutely aware of her situation and actively working to keep it hidden from everyone around her. The question of whether the babies had been born alive became central to the criminal investigation. For the first child, the girl born in May 2023, the state of decomposition made it difficult for forensic experts to determine a definitive cause of death. However, Dr. Valentina Bugelli, the medical examiner consulted by the prosecution, noted that the fetus was full-term, likely at the 40th week of gestation. The probability of intrauterine death at that stage was extremely rare, estimated at 1 in a million. While a conclusive determination might be impossible, the evidence strongly suggested that the baby had been born alive. For the second child, the boy born in August 2024, the evidence was more definitive. The autopsy revealed that the infant had air in his lungs, a clear indication that he had breathed after birth. This finding transformed Chiara's claim that the baby was stillborn into an obvious falsehood. The child had been alive, had drawn breath in the world, and had then died under circumstances that Chiara alone could explain. Based on this evidence, prosecutors charged her with the voluntary murder of the second infant. The dates of the births provided investigators with specific time frames to examine. Chiara had given birth to the first child sometime in May 2023, and to the second child between the 7th and 8th of August 2024. On both occasions, she had been alone in the house, having ensured that her family was absent and that Samuel would not visit. In the case of the second birth, investigators discovered that Samuel had actually slept at Chiara's house the night immediately after she gave birth, completely unaware of what had transpired in another room just hours earlier. The audacity of this deception was staggering. Throughout the investigation, Chiara exercised her legal right to remain silent, refusing to answer questions from prosecutors during formal interrogations. Her silence left a void at the center of the case, a missing explanation for why she had acted as she did. Alfonso Divino, the chief prosecutor in Parma, addressed this frustration in public statements, acknowledging that while certain facts had been established and admitted, the underlying motivation remained elusive. Why had Chiara carried 2 pregnancies to term in absolute secrecy? Why had she chosen to give birth alone, without any medical assistance, cutting the umbilical cords herself? Why had she buried the babies rather than seeking help or surrendering them for adoption? These questions haunted everyone involved in the case. Several theories emerged as people struggled to understand Chiara's actions. Some pointed to her family's deep religious convictions and their expressed desire for grandchildren despite Chiara's young age. Perhaps the pressure of being in a religious household, combined with the shame of an unplanned pregnancy, had created an environment where Chiara felt she could not turn to her parents for help. Italy, though it permits legal abortion, presents numerous practical and social obstacles to accessing the procedure, particularly in certain regions and communities. Doctors and counselors sometimes attempt to dissuade women from terminating pregnancies, and the stigma associated with abortion in religious circles can be overwhelming. Others wondered whether Chiara's mental state during and after the pregnancies might provide an explanation. Under Italian law, there exists a specific charge of infanticide committed in conditions of material or moral abandonment, which carries a lesser sentence than murder and emphasizes psychological evaluation and rehabilitation. This legal provision recognizes that some women who kill their newborns are acting under severe psychological distress, including postpartum psychosis or other conditions that impair their judgment and self-control. However, the premeditated nature of Chiara's actions, evidenced by her internet searches and her ability to maintain a normal social life throughout both pregnancies, complicated any argument that she was suffering from an acute mental health crisis at the time of the births. There were also whispers in Traversetolo about a physical assault that Chiara had allegedly experienced at age 20, before becoming pregnant with the first child. According to local accounts, she had been victimized by a friend during a party, an incident she chose not to report to police. Whether this traumatic event had any connection to her subsequent pregnancies and actions remained unclear, but it added another layer of complexity to understanding Chiara as a person and not merely as a defendant in a criminal case. In September 2024, Chiara Petrolini was formally arrested and placed under house arrest at her family's villa, the same property where the infants had been buried. The decision to allow house arrest rather than detention in prison was based on an assessment that the specific conditions that had enabled her crimes, particularly her isolation during the pregnancies and births, would not be present under the restrictions of house arrest. Prosecutors initially appealed this decision, arguing that Chiara should be held in prison, and a review court in Bologna accepted their appeal, ordering her transfer to prison. However, the Court of Cassation, Italy's Supreme Court, later overturned this decision and confirmed that house arrest was appropriate. In their reasoning, the Cassation judges acknowledged that Chiara possessed a very high capacity for deception and an uncommon criminal determination, but they noted that her crimes had been possible because she was able to maintain a rich and complex life of relationships and affections that allowed her to conceal her pregnancies. Under house arrest, with constant monitoring and restrictions on her movements and contacts, these conditions would be necessarily inhibited. The judges emphasized that the facts of procedural interest had occurred in the presence of conditions that are no longer present or repeatable, suggesting that the risk of Chiara committing similar acts in the future was minimal under the constraints of house arrest. The case proceeded toward trial, with Chiara facing charges of double murder. The prosecution built its case on the physical evidence, the autopsy results, the internet search history, and the testimony of those who knew Chiara. Samuel Granelli and his family joined the proceedings as civil parties, seeking answers and accountability. Samuel's lawyer, Monica Maschioni, described her client's profound need to understand who Chiara truly was and why she had done what she did. In the immediate aftermath of the discovery, Samuel had defended Chiara, insisting that it was impossible for the children to be hers, unable to reconcile the person he thought he knew with the reality of what had happened. The trial included moments of intense emotional weight. Photographs of one of the newborns were presented as evidence, forcing everyone in the courtroom to confront the reality of the lives that had been lost. Chiara and Samuel sat not far from each other during proceedings, but efforts were made to avoid direct contact between them, recognizing the immense impact such an encounter would have on both individuals. Samuel's lawyer noted that he was on a difficult journey, accompanied by psychological support, trying to process a revelation that had shattered his understanding of his relationship and his own history. Chiara's defense attorney, Nicola Tria, argued that what had happened had no logical and rational motivation, and could only be explained through a psychological evaluation of Chiara's mental state. He advocated for a comprehensive psychiatric assessment that would delve into her psyche and attempt to uncover the mental processes that had led to such extreme actions. The court ordered this evaluation, recognizing that understanding Chiara's mental health was crucial not only for determining appropriate charges and sentences, but also for attempting to make sense of a case that defied easy explanation. As the legal process unfolded, the names of the two children became public. They had been given names by both Chiara and Samuel, Angelo Federico and Domenico Matteo. The act of naming them was significant, an acknowledgement of their existence and their humanity, a way of honoring the lives that had been so tragically cut short. Samuel expressed his wish, once the investigation was complete, to bury the children properly, giving them the dignity in death that they had been denied in life. The case of Chiara Petrolini raised profound questions about the pressures young women face, the adequacy of support systems for those experiencing unplanned pregnancies, and the psychological complexities of denial and dissociation. It challenged the community of Traversetolo to reconsider how well anyone can truly know another person, even someone they see every day, someone they love and trust. The image of Chiara that emerged was one of a woman capable of extraordinary compartmentalization, someone who could bury her newborn children in the garden and then go to the beautician or meet friends at a bar, maintaining a mask of normalcy that never slipped until the truth was literally unearthed. For those who knew her, the revelation was almost impossible to process. Samuel Granelli spoke of knowing a Chiara before the facts, a young woman with whom he had shared what he thought was a typical relationship for people in their early 20s. The Chiara who emerged from the investigation seemed like a different person entirely, someone whose interior life had been hidden behind an impenetrable facade. The phrase Chiara was a mask was used by Samuel's father to describe the disorienting discovery that the person they thought they knew had been concealing something so enormous and so terrible. The legal proceedings continue as of this writing, with Chiara Petrolini facing trial for the deaths of Angelo Federico and Domenico Matteo. The outcome will determine whether she is convicted of murder, convicted of the lesser charge of infanticide under conditions of psychological distress, or acquitted on grounds of diminished mental capacity. Regardless of the verdict, the case has left indelible scars on everyone involved and has forced Italy to confront uncomfortable questions about how society supports women in crisis and how communities can better recognize when someone among them is struggling in silence. The garden in Vignale where the babies were buried has become a place of sorrow and reflection, a physical reminder of secrets that could not remain hidden forever. The villa where Chiara lived with her family, once a symbol of stability and tradition, has been transformed into a site associated with tragedy. For Traversetolo, a village that prided itself on its close-knit community and shared values, the case has been a profound rupture, a reminder that even in the most familiar places, darkness can take root unseen. As the trial proceeds, the central question remains unanswered in any satisfactory way. Why did Chiara Petrolini do what she did? The psychiatric evaluation may provide insights into her mental state, but it is unlikely to offer an explanation that feels adequate to the magnitude of what happened. Some actions resist comprehension, existing in a space where logic and emotion fail to illuminate. What remains clear is that two infants who should have lived, who should have been welcomed into the world and given the chance to grow and thrive, were instead denied that fundamental right. Their story, brief and tragic as it was, stands as a testament to the fragility of life and the devastating consequences when fear, shame, and isolation overwhelm the bonds that should connect us to one another and to our shared humanity. Story 4. The Scottish town of East Kilbride stretched across the rolling landscape south of Glasgow, a place where families built lives in close-knit communities and young people dreamed of futures filled with promise. In November 2024, one such young person was Phoenix Spencerhorn, a vibrant 21-year-old woman whose name evoked images of rebirth and resilience, qualities that would make the circumstances of her death all the more heartbreaking. Phoenix worked as a waitress, earning money and building independence while living with her boyfriend of 2 years, Ewan Methvin, in a top-floor flat on Glen Lee. To those who knew her, Phoenix was warm, spirited, and deeply loved by her family, particularly her mother Alison Spencer, with whom she shared a close bond. Ewan Methvin, 27 years old, worked as a postman for Royal Mail, the historic postal service that had been delivering letters across Britain for centuries. He and Phoenix had met at a family party 2 years earlier, and their relationship had blossomed into what appeared from the outside to be a typical young couple navigating the challenges of building a life together. They had recently moved into the flat they shared, establishing a home where they could grow their relationship and plan for the future. But beneath the surface of that ordinary domestic life, something dark was festering in Methvin's mind, a possessiveness and resentment that would ultimately explode into violence so savage that even experienced investigators would struggle to comprehend it. On Saturday, November 16, 2024, Phoenix was scheduled to work her waitressing shift, a routine part of her week that allowed her to earn income and interact with customers and colleagues who appreciated her friendly demeanor. But for Methvin, Phoenix's work schedule had become a source of intense frustration. Throughout the day, he sent text messages to Phoenix complaining that her shifts made him feel lonely, expressing resentment that she was spending time away from him at her job. The messages revealed a possessiveness that went beyond normal affection. Methvin wanted Phoenix's constant attention and presence, and he viewed her employment not as a positive contribution to their household, but as an unwelcome intrusion on his time with her. Phoenix, who had been in good spirits at work that day according to her colleagues, finished her shift and prepared to return home to the flat she shared with Methvin. Before leaving, she had even visited her mother, spending time with Alison Spencer in what would be their final conversation. At 9:37 in the evening, Phoenix sent a text message to her mother from the flat, informing Alison that she and Methvin were having dinner together. The message seemed routine, the kind of update a daughter might send to reassure her mother that all was well. Alison had no reason to suspect that within hours, her daughter would be dead, murdered by the very man with whom she was supposedly sharing a peaceful meal. Methvin had returned home from his own work shift earlier that day, ordered takeaway food, and waited for Phoenix to arrive so they could eat together. But when Phoenix came through the door, something inside Methvin snapped. Whether it was the accumulation of his resentment about her work schedule, a jealous rage triggered by some imagined slight, or simply the manifestation of a violent impulse he had been suppressing, the result was the same. Methvin attacked Phoenix with a brutality that defied comprehension. Around midnight, neighbors living in the flat below heard loud noises and hurried footsteps coming from Methvin and Phoenix's apartment. The sounds were alarming enough that they registered in the neighbors' memories, and they would later report them to investigators. What those neighbors were hearing was the sound of Methvin murdering Phoenix in a frenzy of violence that would involve 3 different knives. The timing of the noises coincided exactly with a spike in activity recorded on a step-counting app connected to Methvin's phone, creating a digital record of the moments when he was moving frantically around the flat, attacking his girlfriend. Methvin first strangled Phoenix, cutting off her oxygen supply and causing her to lose consciousness. Then, as if strangulation alone were not enough to satisfy whatever dark impulse had taken hold of him, he took up a knife and began stabbing her repeatedly. He used 3 separate knives during the attack, inflicting 20 stab wounds across Phoenix's body. The fatal blow struck her chest, piercing vital organs and ensuring she would not survive. But Methvin did not stop there. He continued stabbing, inflicting wounds to her face and buttocks even after she was clearly dead or dying. What happened next would shock investigators and devastate Phoenix's family even more than the murder itself. Rather than immediately calling for help or reporting what he had done, Methvin made a calculated decision to cover up his crime. He took up the knives again, this time using them not to kill but to mutilate. Then he attempted to dismember her body. The scene inside the flat was one of unimaginable horror. Blood stained the floors and walls. 2 bloodied knives lay in the hallway where Methvin had left them after completing his grisly work. A 3rd knife, also covered in Phoenix's blood, was found in the bathroom. And Phoenix's body, decapitated and partially dismembered, had been moved from the bath where Methvin had initially attempted his butchery to the hallway where he eventually left it concealed. For 2 days, Ewan Methvin lived in that flat with Phoenix's mutilated remains, conducting himself as if nothing had happened. He drove Phoenix's red Corsa around town, running errands and going about his business as though she were still alive. He scrolled through her phone, perhaps reading old messages or examining her photos, maintaining some grotesque connection to the woman he had just killed. Most disturbingly, during that 2-day period, Methvin searched for internet adult content 170 times on Phoenix's phone, viewing explicit material while her body lay just feet away. He also made multiple attempts to purchase drugs, engaging with drug dealers in an apparent attempt to numb himself or fuel whatever delusions were preventing him from facing the reality of what he had done. Throughout this 48-hour period, Methvin maintained an elaborate charade designed to convince Phoenix's family that she was alive and well. He sent text messages to Allison Spencer from Phoenix's phone, pretending to be Phoenix and assuring her mother that everything was fine. Allison, who had no reason to suspect that her daughter was dead or that the messages were being sent by Methvin rather than Phoenix herself, was reassured by the communications. She believed her daughter was safe, going about her normal life, unaware that Phoenix's body was decomposing in the flat while her killer impersonated her via text message. Finally, on Monday, November 18, 2024, at approximately 12:10 in the afternoon, Methvin called 999, the United Kingdom's emergency number. When the operator answered, Methvin claimed that he had murdered Phoenix during a psychotic episode induced by drugs, alcohol, and steroids, substances which he alleged someone had spiked without his knowledge. He told the operator that he had totally blacked out during the incident and that he had been trying to gather the courage to call for the past 2 days. It was a carefully constructed narrative designed to portray himself as a victim of circumstance, someone who had lost control due to drugs rather than someone who had made a conscious choice to murder and mutilate his girlfriend. But evidence would quickly undermine Methvin's claims. A delivery driver who had encountered Methvin at 8 p.m. on the night of the murder, shortly before the attack began, reported that Methvin did not seem intoxicated or under the influence of any substances. He appeared normal, coherent, and in control of his faculties. The systematic nature of his cover-up, the text messages to Phoenix's mother, the use of her car, the attempts to buy drugs, the viewing of adult content on her phone, all suggested someone who was thinking clearly and making deliberate choices, not someone in the grip of a psychotic episode. When police arrived at the flat on Glen Lee, they found Ewan Methvin waiting for them, described by officers as appearing calm, despite the horror of what lay inside. They discovered Phoenix's decapitated and partially dismembered body concealed in the hallway, the knives used in her murder scattered nearby, and blood evidence throughout the flat. Methvin was immediately arrested and, in statements to the officers, confessed to what he had done. "I could not stay here with her like that," he told them, explaining his attempts to dismember Phoenix's body. "I tried to dismember her. I moved her from the bath and placed her there." Ewan Methvin was charged with murder and with attempting to defeat the ends of justice. the latter charge referring to his efforts to cover up the crime by decapitating and dismembering Phoenix's body and by deceiving her family about her fate. As the legal process moved forward, Phoenix's family struggled to comprehend the magnitude of their loss. Allison Spencer and other relatives attended court proceedings, sitting through testimony that detailed the horrific nature of Phoenix's death. For a mother who had last seen her daughter in good spirits just a day before the murder, who had received reassuring text messages that she believed came from Phoenix herself, the revelation that those messages had been sent by her daughter's killer while Phoenix lay dead in the flat was almost too much to bear. On Tuesday, June 17, 2025, 7 months after Phoenix's murder, Ewan Methven appeared at the High Court in Glasgow and pleaded guilty to both charges against him. His barrister, Tony Graham, stood before Judge Lord Matthews and entered the pleas on Methven's behalf, acknowledging that his client had committed a dreadful and horrific crime. In doing so, Methven spared Phoenix's family the additional trauma of a full trial where they would have been forced to hear even more explicit details about her final moments. But the guilty plea did not bring relief or closure. Graham told the court that Phoenix's family and friends would likely view Methven as the personification of evil, a statement that captured the profound horror of what he had done to someone who had trusted and loved him. Graham added that Methven recognized the relatives and friends would never forgive him, and that he would be unable to forgive himself. He acknowledged that the grieving family would seek answers about why this had happened, but stated that Methven could not provide any. How does one explain the decision to strangle, stab, decapitate, and dismember a 21-year-old woman whose only crime was working shifts that made her boyfriend feel lonely? There was no rational explanation, no justification, no answer that could ever make sense of such senseless brutality. Sentencing was scheduled for Monday, July 14, 2025. On that day, Phoenix's family returned to the High Court in Glasgow to hear what punishment would be imposed on the man who had stolen their daughter, sister, and friend from them. Before pronouncing sentence, Judge Lord Matthews heard victim impact statements from family members, and he would later remark that he had rarely encountered such expressions of sorrow as those presented by Phoenix's loved ones. The judge noted that the family had tried to articulate what could never be fully captured, the profound sadness and overwhelming sense of loss they continued to endure because of Methven's actions. Judge Matthews addressed Methven directly, emphasizing that Phoenix had been an innocent young woman who had trusted him. "You were trusted by her, but you betrayed that trust and cruelly took her life," the judge stated. He went on to describe the additional cruelty Methven had inflicted after Phoenix's death. "Not satisfied with what you did to her, you stripped her of all dignity in death by decapitating her and attempting to dismember her to evade justice. Those actions," the judge explained, had deprived Phoenix's family of the solace of saying goodbye to their loved one in a dignified manner. In a letter addressed to the judge, Methven had written, "I understand how cherished Phoenix was and how she completed her family. I cannot fathom that I have taken her away from them. But for Phoenix's mother and the rest of her family, those words rang hollow. No expression of remorse could undo what had been done, could restore Phoenix to life, or could erase the images of how she had died." Judge Lord Matthews sentenced Ewan Methven to life in prison, with a minimum term of 23 years before he would be eligible to apply for parole. The sentence meant that Methven, who was 27 years old at the time of sentencing, would be at least 50 years old before he could even be considered for release, and the parole board would ultimately determine whether he would ever walk free again. For Phoenix's family, the sentence brought a measure of justice but could never bring peace. Allison Spencer told reporters that she believed Methven should spend the rest of his life behind bars, that no amount of time in prison could ever be sufficient punishment for what he had done to Phoenix. Detective Chief Inspector Susie Cairns, who led the investigation into Phoenix's murder, spoke publicly about the case, emphasizing that violence such as this is never acceptable in our communities, and vowing that police would work tirelessly to ensure those responsible are brought to justice. The case had shocked even experienced law enforcement officers, who had seen countless violent crimes over the course of their careers. The combination of intimate partner violence, extreme brutality, post-mortem mutilation, and calculated deception made Phoenix's murder particularly disturbing. Phoenix Spencerhorn was 21 years old when her life was stolen from her in the flat she had shared with the man she believed loved her. She had her whole life ahead of her, opportunities to pursue, dreams to chase, a family to grow old with. Instead, she became another victim of intimate partner violence, another young woman killed by someone who claimed to care for her, but who ultimately saw her as a possession to be controlled rather than a person with her own autonomy and aspirations. Her name, Phoenix, symbolizes rebirth and renewal, but there would be no rising from the ashes for the vibrant young waitress from East Kilbride. She died in November 2024, and Ewan Methvin, the postman who murdered and decapitated her, will spend decades in prison for crimes that robbed a family of their beloved daughter and robbed the world of a young woman whose life mattered. Story 5. The early morning hours of December 16, 2021, settled quietly over North Charleston, South Carolina, as the city prepared for the final days before Christmas. In homes across the city, people slept peacefully, trusting that the dawn would bring another ordinary day. But in one residence, a woman whose name would later be withheld from public records to protect her family's privacy was experiencing a night that would end not in celebration but in tragedy. She had spent the evening with David Beaufort, a man with whom she was in a relationship, and what had begun as an intimate encounter would transform into a nightmare that would claim her life and nearly take the life of a police officer who answered her desperate call for help. David Omega Beaufort was a man whose life had been marked by poor choices and substance abuse, patterns of behavior that would culminate in an act of violence so sudden and brutal that it would shock the North Charleston community and leave investigators struggling to understand what had triggered such an explosion of rage. On the night of December 15th, extending into the early morning hours of December 16th, Beaufort and the woman had recorded themselves engaging in consensual intimacy, a video time-stamped at 2:06 in the morning. The recording suggested that their relationship, whatever its complexities, had at that moment been consensual and seemingly ordinary. But just 20 minutes after that video ended, at 2:26 in the morning, everything changed. The woman picked up her phone and dialed 911, her voice frantic as she explained to the dispatcher that she believed Beaufort was overdosing. The 911 call would later be played in court, providing a chilling audio record of a woman desperately trying to save the life of a man who was about to take hers. Her words tumbled over each other in panic, describing symptoms she believed indicated a drug overdose, pleading for help to arrive quickly. The call lasted approximately 3 minutes before it was terminated at 2:29 in the morning. The woman ended the call not because the emergency had resolved, but because Beaufort, in a moment that would later seem tragically ironic, asked her to contact his mother instead of continuing to speak with 911 operators. She hung up, perhaps intending to make that second call, perhaps believing that Beaufort's request indicated he was lucid enough to communicate and therefore not in immediate danger. Whatever her reasoning, that decision would be one of the last she ever made. At 2:35 in the morning, just 6 minutes after the 911 call ended, emergency responders arrived at the residence. The response team included emergency medical services, the North Charleston Fire Department, and Officer Jamie Sylvester of the North Charleston Police Department. Officer Sylvester, a brave public servant who had dedicated his career to protecting the community, had activated his body-worn camera as he approached the scene, a routine precaution that would document the horror about to unfold. The officers gained entry through a side door, their movements cautious but purposeful as they entered a residence where someone was reportedly experiencing a medical emergency. But the moment they crossed the threshold, they were greeted not by the sight of an overdose victim, but by a sound that chilled them to their cores, a woman screaming frantically in fear. The screams were not the calls for help one might expect from someone trying to aid an overdose victim. They were screams of pure terror, the kind that signal immediate and mortal danger. Officer Sylvester's body camera captured what happened next with devastating clarity. As the officers moved through the home toward the sound of the screaming, David Beaufort suddenly opened fire. He fired 4 shots directly at Officer Sylvester, bullets intended to kill the very people who had come to provide medical assistance. In those split seconds, Officer Sylvester faced the reality that every law enforcement officer fears, that a routine call could become a life-or-death encounter without warning. By extraordinary fortune or divine intervention, none of the 4 bullets struck Officer Sylvester. But Beaufort was not finished with his rampage. Having fired at the police officer and driven the emergency responders back, Beaufort then turned his weapon on the woman who had called 911 to save his life. He shot her, and the bullet ended her life in the home where she had tried to help him just minutes earlier. The body camera footage documented the gunfire, the chaos, and the devastating reality that a woman who had acted out of concern and compassion had been murdered by the very person she was trying to save. When paramedics were finally able to secure the scene and attend to the victims, they found the woman dead from a gunshot wound. Beaufort himself was still alive but in a disoriented state, and he made statements to the emergency medical technicians that would later be used against him in court. He admitted to the EMTs that before the shooting, he had been drinking alcohol with an exceptionally high proof and smoking marijuana that had been laced with drugs. The combination of substances in his system suggested severe impairment, but it would ultimately not excuse the choices he had made in those critical moments. David Beaufort was arrested at the scene and charged with murder, attempted murder of Officer Jamie Sylvester, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. As he was taken into custody, the community of North Charleston struggled to comprehend what had happened. A woman who had shown compassion in calling for help was dead. A police officer who had responded to that call had narrowly escaped with his life. And the man responsible for both crimes had transformed what should have been a medical emergency into a double tragedy that would reverberate through multiple families. The legal proceedings that followed would stretch over nearly 4 years, a testament to the complexities of the case and the various defenses that Beaufort's attorneys would attempt to mount. The state of South Carolina formally docketed Beaufort for trial, but on the eve of that scheduled court date, his defense team made a strategic decision that would delay justice considerably. They announced their intent to invoke an affirmative defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, arguing that Beaufort's mental state at the time of the shooting prevented him from understanding the nature and consequences of his actions. The insanity defense is one of the most challenging and controversial strategies in criminal law. It requires proving not just that a defendant has mental health issues, but that those issues were so severe at the time of the crime that the person could not distinguish right from wrong, or could not conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. In response to Beaufort's notice of an insanity defense, the state moved the circuit court for an order requiring an independent evaluation of Beaufort's criminal responsibility and capacity. On May 27, 2025, doctors at the Medical University of South Carolina conducted a comprehensive evaluation of David Beaufort. They examined his mental health history, reviewed the circumstances of the crime, analyzed his behavior before and after the shooting, and assessed his cognitive functioning. On June 25, 2025, the doctors issued their findings, and those findings were devastating to Beaufort's defense. The medical experts concluded that at the time of the murder and attempted murder, David Beaufort had possessed the mental capacity to distinguish between moral and legal right and moral and legal wrong. Furthermore, they found that he had possessed the capacity to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. In other words, despite the drugs and alcohol in his system, despite any mental health challenges he may have faced, Beaufort had known what he was doing when he fired those shots, and he had been capable of choosing not to do so. Armed with this expert assessment, prosecutors moved forward with scheduling a new trial date. The trial began on November 3, 2025, nearly 4 years after the shooting. When Beaufort appeared in court, he withdrew his insanity defense, acknowledging that the medical evidence had undermined that strategy. but he was not prepared to plead guilty. Instead, he adopted a new defense that prosecutors would later characterize as absurd. He claimed he had acted in self-defense. The trial lasted nearly 4 days, during which Solicitor Scarlett Wilson and Assistant Solicitor Sarah Bozarth methodically presented the state's case. They called Officer Jamie Sylvester to the stand, giving the jury an opportunity to hear firsthand from the man who had been shot at 4 times while responding to a call for help. Sylvester's testimony was powerful and emotional, describing the terror of being fired upon in a situation where he had expected to provide medical assistance, not defend his life. Prosecutors played the 911 call for the jury, allowing them to hear the victim's frantic efforts to help Beaufort when she believed he was overdosing. The recording captured her desperation, her concern, and her belief that emergency services could save him. Then, in stark contrast, they played the audio from Officer Sylvester's body camera. The sound of the woman screaming in fear, followed by the unmistakable crack of gunfire as Beaufort opened fire on the responding officers before killing the woman who had tried to save his life. The video recording that Beaufort and the victim had made just minutes before the 911 call was also presented as evidence, establishing a timeline that demonstrated how quickly the situation had deteriorated. At 2:06 in the morning, they had been engaged in consensual intimacy. By 2:26, she was calling 911 in a panic. At 2:29, the call ended. At 2:35, first responders arrived to find her screaming in terror. Minutes later, she was dead. David Beaufort took the stand in his own defense, a risky decision that gave prosecutors the opportunity to cross-examine him about his actions. He testified that he believed he had been acting in self-defense, though the specifics of what threat he claimed to be defending against remained murky and inconsistent. How could shooting at police officers who had just arrived at the scene be considered self-defense? How could killing a woman who had called for medical help on his behalf be justified as protecting himself? The evidence against Beaufort was simply overwhelming. The body camera footage documented his attack on Officer Sylvester. The 911 call established that the victim had been trying to help him, not harm him. The timeline proved that the shooting had occurred just minutes after first responders arrived. His own admissions to EMTs about his drug and alcohol use demonstrated that he had voluntarily intoxicated himself before the violence erupted, and the medical evaluation had eliminated any possibility that he could claim insanity or inability to understand his actions. After hearing all the evidence and deliberating on the facts, the jury returned with their verdict. David Beaufort was guilty on all counts. He was convicted of murder, attempted murder, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The Honorable Judge Deidre Jefferson, who presided over the trial, announced that she would impose sentence immediately. On November 10, 2025, Judge Jefferson sentenced David Beaufort to a total of 40 years in prison. The sentence reflected the severity of his crimes. He had taken an innocent life, nearly taken the life of a police officer, and had done so in circumstances where the victims were trying to help him. At 40 years, the sentence meant that Beaufort, depending on his current age, would likely spend the majority, if not all, of his remaining productive years behind bars. The case of David Beaufort serves as a stark reminder of how quickly a situation can escalate from a medical emergency to a deadly encounter. A woman's compassionate decision to call 911 when she believed someone was overdosing cost her her life. Officer Jamie Sylvester's commitment to serving his community nearly cost him his. And David Beaufort's choices to consume dangerous substances, to respond to help with violence, to fire upon those who came to assist, will cost him 4 decades of freedom. For the victim's family, whose names and details have been withheld from public records, the pain of her loss is compounded by the senselessness of how she died. She was killed not by a stranger, not by someone she had wronged, but by someone she was trying to save. That reality makes her death all the more tragic and difficult to comprehend. Officer Jamie Sylvester carries his own scars from that early December morning. He survived 4 gunshots fired at him at close range, but the psychological impact of facing death while responding to what should have been a routine medical call, will likely stay with him for the rest of his career. Yet he continues to serve, embodying the courage and commitment that law enforcement officers demonstrate every day when they answer calls for help, never knowing what dangers await them. David Beaufort now sits in a South Carolina prison, serving 40 years for crimes committed in a span of minutes, but born from a lifetime of poor choices. The drugs and alcohol he consumed that night may have impaired his judgment, but as the Medical University of South Carolina doctors determined, they did not rob him of his capacity to know right from wrong or to control his actions. He made a choice to fire at police officers. He made a choice to kill a woman who had tried to help him. And now he will spend decades living with the consequences of those choices, while families and communities continue to heal from the violence he inflicted on that terrible December morning in North Charleston. Story 6. The lights of Las Vegas shimmered in the early spring of 2009, casting their artificial glow over the wedding chapels that line the famous strip. Inside a little white wedding chapel, a location known for quickie ceremonies and spontaneous decisions, 28-year-old Jasmine Fiore stood beside a man she had known for exactly 2 days. Ryan Alexander Jenkins, a 32-year-old Canadian who described himself as a real estate investor, had swept into her life with the confidence of someone accustomed to getting what he wanted. On March 18, 2009, they exchanged vows in a ceremony that was as impulsive as it was romantic, binding themselves together in a marriage that would end in unimaginable horror just 5 months later. Jasmine had come to Las Vegas from Santa Cruz, California, bringing with her the kind of striking beauty that opened doors in a city built on image and spectacle. She worked as a swimsuit model and commercial actress, her photographs gracing advertisements and websites, her smile bright and confident. She had recently expanded her professional horizons, obtaining a real estate license and launching a personal training business with a friend. Jasmine was ambitious, driven, building a life for herself in the fast-paced world of modeling and entrepreneurship. Ryan Jenkins had his own carefully constructed image. He told people he was an investment banker worth millions, the kind of wealthy, eligible bachelor that reality television producers dream of casting. That image had landed him a spot on a dating competition show where 17 wealthy men competed for the affections of model Megan Hauserman. Jenkins had made it far in the competition, appearing in every episode as a finalist before his eventual elimination. His smooth demeanor and claims of financial success made him a producer favorite, and he was already slated to appear in another show, I Love Money, scheduled to air in early 2010. But beneath the polished exterior, Ryan Jenkins carried a darkness that would soon reveal itself. He had a criminal history in his hometown of Calgary, Alberta, including a conviction for assault on an unidentified woman that had resulted in 15 months of probation in January 2007. The background check performed the production company behind his reality shows had somehow failed to uncover this troubling history. The whirlwind romance that began in a Las Vegas casino quickly deteriorated into something volatile and frightening. Just weeks after their wedding, in April 2009, Jenkins allegedly struck Jasmine on the arm during an incident at a Las Vegas hotel. The assault was serious enough that in June 2009, Jenkins was formally charged with battery constituting domestic violence in Clark County, Nevada. A trial date was set for December. According to Jasmine's mother, Lisa Lepore, the couple fought frequently. Jenkins was intensely jealous of Jasmine's friendships with her ex-boyfriends, suspicious of her every interaction with other men. The possessiveness that might have initially seemed like passion soon revealed itself as something far more sinister, a need to control and dominate. Jasmine confided to her mother that she had obtained an annulment of the marriage in May 2009, though no court records were ever found to confirm this claim. Whether the annulment was completed or merely discussed, one thing was clear. Jasmine was trying to extricate herself from Ryan Jenkins. Ryan's father, Dan Jenkins, offered a different perspective, claiming that Jasmine would disappear for days at a time and lie about her whereabouts, that she was his son's only friend in California. The conflicting accounts painted a picture of a deeply troubled relationship, two people caught in a toxic dynamic that neither seemed able to escape. By August 2009, Ryan Jenkins was in Mexico, appearing as a contestant in reality show, but even from the show's set, his obsession with Jasmine continued. He called her repeatedly, his need to maintain contact and control transcending the physical distance between them. On Thursday, August 13, 2009, Jasmine and Ryan drove together from Los Angeles to San Diego. They checked into the luxurious hotel, an upscale resort overlooking the Pacific Ocean. That evening, they attended a poker tournament at the nearby Hilton Hotel, joining a group of friends for what should have been an enjoyable night of cards and socializing. But the evening quickly devolved into something uncomfortable and tense. Witnesses later described the atmosphere as awkward and said the couple had a blowout fight in front of everyone. Jasmine, they said, had been very rude to Ryan, repeatedly putting him down in front of their friends. She had a cutting sense of humor, they explained, and seemed to take pleasure in embarrassing him. Ryan's anger was visible, simmering just beneath the surface, setting a dark tone for the rest of the evening. The group eventually moved from the poker tournament to the Ivy Hotel for drinks. Throughout the night, Jasmine spent an unusual amount of time in the bathroom, talking on her phone. When Ryan confronted her, demanding to know who she was speaking with, she claimed it was her mother. But it was 12:30 in the morning, and the source who witnessed the interaction told ABC News that Jasmine was clearly not talking to her mother. Ryan kept screaming, "Who are you talking to?" his voice rising with frustration and rage. Around 1:30 a.m. on Friday, August 14th, the couple returned to their hotel room to continue their fight, leaving their companions behind. What happened in that hotel room over the next several hours would never be fully known. Sometime between the early morning hours of August 14th and the afternoon, Ryan Jenkins strangled Jasmine Fiore to death, that she had been severely beaten. The violence inflicted upon her body both brutal and sustained. Ryan checked out of the hotel alone on Friday morning, his wife's body already lifeless. What Ryan Jenkins did next revealed a calculated attempt to conceal his crime and delay identification of his victim. He obtained a large suitcase and placed Jasmine's body inside it. Then, in an act of horrifying mutilation, he removed all of her teeth and cut off all 10 of her fingers, attempting to eliminate the two most common methods of identifying human remains. He left her nude body stuffed and compressed into the suitcase, the violence of the act evident in the way her body had been badly beaten and crushed. On Saturday morning, August 15, 2009, a man searching through a dumpster in an alley in Buena Park, California, looking for recyclables, made a gruesome discovery. Inside a blood-stained suitcase was the mutilated body of a woman. Police arrived at approximately 7 a.m. and began processing what they immediately recognized as a homicide scene. The body was so badly damaged and disfigured that visual identification would be impossible. At 8:55 p.m. that same evening, more than 12 hours after Jasmine's body was discovered, Ryan Jenkins called the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to report his wife missing. He claimed he had last seen Jasmine around 8:30 p.m. on August 14th at their penthouse apartment on Edinburgh Avenue in Los Angeles. According to his story, they had returned from San Diego together. She had dropped him off at home that evening, and then left to run errands. She never returned, he said, his voice filled with what police would later describe as manufactured concern. The story was a lie, carefully constructed but ultimately flawed. Jenkins placed himself in Los Angeles at a time when he had actually been in San Diego. He claimed ignorance of Jasmine's whereabouts while her body lay in a suitcase he had placed in that Buena Park dumpster. Meanwhile, investigators in Buena Park faced the challenging task of identifying the victim whose teeth and fingertips had been deliberately removed. But Ryan Jenkins had not anticipated the advancement of forensic science. Medical examiners discovered that the victim had breast implants, and those implants contained serial numbers. By tracing those serial numbers through the manufacturer's records, investigators were able to positively identify the body as Jasmine Fiore. The identification came quickly, and investigators immediately turned their attention to the victim's husband. On Sunday morning, August 16th, at approximately 9 a.m., surveillance footage captured Ryan Jenkins leaving the Edinburgh Avenue penthouse for the last time, carrying luggage and appearing to be in a hurry. He climbed into his black BMW SUV and began driving north, leaving Los Angeles behind. When police contacted Jenkins on August 17th, he claimed he was in Utah and was heading to Canada to resolve some immigration issues. The statement revealed his escape plan, though investigators were not yet ready to formally name him as a suspect. But Jenkins was already putting distance between himself and the crime scene, crossing state lines in a desperate bid for freedom. Jenkins drove north through California and into Washington state, where he picked up his speedboat, a vessel he had named Night Rider. On August 19th, a man matching Jenkins' description was spotted piloting the boat into a marina in Point Roberts, Washington, a small peninsula accessible from the United States by boat, but also reachable overland from Canada. Jenkins' stepmother lived in Point Roberts, and investigators believe he used this connection to facilitate his escape. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police announced they believed Jenkins had crossed into Canada by boat sometime between August 19th and August 20th. On August 20th, 2009, authorities formally charged Ryan Jenkins with murder and issued an arrest warrant. That same day, Jenkins called his detained father at Vancouver International Airport. His father had been stopped at U.S. Customs, and during the brief call before he was forced to hang up due to cell phone restrictions, Ryan likely realized that his family was being monitored and that the authorities were closing in. VH1 made the decision to suspend broadcast of Megan Wants a Millionaire on August 19th, citing respect for Fiore family. The network also canceled plans to air I Love Money 3, where Jenkins had reportedly won the competition. The entire incident effectively ended VH1's celebriality programming block, raising serious questions about the vetting process for reality television contestants. The international manhunt intensified as Canadian authorities distributed Jenkins' photograph throughout British Columbia, warning residents that he was dangerous and possibly armed. "The ring was tightening on him," said Tom Hession, Chief Inspector for the U.S. Marshals Service's Regional Fugitive Task Force. Jenkins was running out of places to hide. On August 21st, a young woman walked into the Thunderbird Motel in Hope, British Columbia, a small town about an hour's drive from the U.S. border. She paid cash for 3 nights accommodation for room number 2 and made small talk with the manager, appearing calm and composed. The manager described her as attractive, about 25 to 30 years old. She stayed in the room with Jenkins for about 20 minutes, then left. That woman was later identified as Elena Jenkins, Ryan's half-sister. The motel manager saw Jenkins walking outside the following day, August 21st. He looked exhausted and was barely recognizable from his television appearances. Jenkins remained holed up in the small, drab room, the reality of his situation settling in around him like the walls of a prison. On Sunday morning, August 23rd, when the couple failed to check out of the Thunderbird Motel as scheduled, the manager and his nephew decided to investigate. They had noticed very little activity over the weekend and were concerned. When they entered room number 2, they found Ryan Jenkins hanging from a clothes rack by a belt. He was 32 years old. There was no suicide note in the room, though investigators later found a document on his laptop titled Last Will and Testament, dated August 20th, 2009. According to Buena Park Police Sergeant Bill Kohanek, the document looked like he was just trying to wrap up some of his thoughts, but he completely left out the homicide out of the verbiage. At a press conference Sunday evening, Buena Park Police Lieutenant Steve Holliday expressed the frustration felt by investigators and Jasmine's family. "The sadness of this all is that Mr. Jenkins will not stand before an Orange County jury for his crimes," Holliday said. "Justice would never be fully served. Jasmine's killer would never answer for his actions in a court of law." On August 27, 2009, investigators discovered a storage unit in Washington state filled with Jenkins' belongings, including a suitcase of clothes. The discovery added another piece to the puzzle of his escape route, though by then, the chase was over. Ryan Jenkins' mother, Nada Jenkins, who resided in Vancouver, refused to accept that her son had killed Jasmine. In a brief interview, she expressed certainty that evidence would eventually prove his innocence, but she broke down crying when describing her son as a good and kind man. Her denial was understandable, the instinct of a mother unable to reconcile the son she knew with the monster who had murdered his wife. The murder of Jasmine Fiore sent shockwaves through the reality television industry and raised serious questions about the responsibility production companies bear when putting contestants on national television. Ryan Jenkins had a documented history of violence against women, yet he had been cast on 2 major network shows and portrayed as an eligible, successful bachelor. The failure to properly vet contestants had deadly consequences. For Jasmine's family and friends, no amount of media attention or industry reform could bring her back. She had been a vibrant young woman with dreams and ambitions, a person trying to build a life and a career. She had recognized the danger in Ryan Jenkins and had tried to leave, seeking an annulment and attempting to create distance. But Jenkins' obsession and rage had proven impossible to escape. The case remains a stark reminder of the dangers of domestic violence and the lethal potential of jealousy and control. Jasmine Fiore died at 28 years old, her life brutally cut short by a man who claimed to love her, but whose love was really possessiveness, whose passion was really violence. Her story, like so many stories of intimate partner violence, ended in a dumpster in an alley, her identity nearly erased by the very person who had promised to cherish her. The glamour of reality television and Las Vegas weddings had masked a darkness that ultimately consumed them both, leaving behind only grief, unanswered questions, and a young woman whose light was extinguished far too soon. Story 7. The warm Florida sunshine filtered through the windows of the new house in Land O'Lakes, casting golden light across empty rooms waiting to be filled with furniture and memories. For 47-year-old Galen Eugene Thurneau, known to everyone as Gene, this house represented something profound. A fresh start, a second chance at happiness after the painful dissolution of his first marriage. November 1st, 2006, should have been a day of celebration, an opportunity to share his new beginning with friends who had become part of his Florida life. Gene Thurneau had taken a winding path to arrive at this moment. An Air Force veteran who had served his country with distinction, he had built a successful career as an air traffic controller, a profession demanding precision, calm under pressure, and absolute reliability. For years, he had worked at a control tower in Nebraska, guiding aircraft safely through the skies while building a life with his wife. But marriages sometimes fracture despite best intentions, and when Gene's first marriage ended in divorce, the pain had been overwhelming. The house they had shared together, the routines they had built, everything reminded him of what he had lost. Seeking escape from the memories that haunted him in Nebraska, Gene made a bold decision. He requested a transfer to Florida, specifically to the St. Pete/Clearwater International Airport. The transfer was approved, and in early 2006, Gene moved south to the Sunshine State, leaving behind the cold Nebraska winters and the ghosts of his failed marriage. Florida welcomed him with warm weather, palm trees, and most importantly, proximity to family members who could help him rebuild his life. At the St. Pete/Clearwater Airport, Gene's warm personality and natural gregariousness made him an instant favorite among his colleagues. Air traffic control is a high-stress profession, but Gene had a way of lightening the mood, of making people feel at ease even during the most demanding shifts. He was the kind of person who remembered birthdays, who asked about your family, who genuinely cared about the people around him. His colleagues appreciated his competence and professionalism, but they loved his humanity. Among those colleagues was Juanita Formoso, who went by the nickname JJ. She was 48 years old, a fellow air traffic controller with her own story of resilience and survival. Jean and Juanita connected in the way that sometimes happens between people who have weathered storms and come out the other side. Their friendship deepened into romance, and after a period of dating, they decided to marry. Jean had found love again, proof that heartbreak doesn't have to be permanent, that new chapters can be written even after painful endings. The couple's decision to purchase a house together in Land O'Lakes represented their commitment to building a future together. They spent months watching the construction progress, excited about each milestone. Finally, the house was ready, and on November 1st, they decided to invite a colleague over to celebrate, to share their joy with someone who had been part of their Florida journey. That colleague was Robert Dean Peterson, known as Bob. He was 48 years old, roughly the same age as Jean and Juanita, and he worked alongside them in air traffic control at the airport. On the surface, Bob Peterson seemed unremarkable, just another professional doing a demanding job. But beneath that ordinary exterior, Bob Peterson carried a secret that had been consuming him for years. A secret that would turn Juanita and Jean's celebration into their worst nightmare. What neither Jean nor Juanita fully understood was that Bob Peterson had fallen in love with Jean the very first time he saw him. It wasn't a casual attraction or a passing infatuation. It was an all-consuming obsession that had dictated Peterson's life choices for years. When Jean had transferred from Nebraska to Florida, Peterson had followed him, also requesting a transfer to the St. Pete/Clearwater Airport. He told people he wanted a change of scenery, but the truth was simpler and more troubling. He couldn't bear to be separated from Jean Thurneau. Peterson's obsession manifested in behaviors that, in retrospect, were clear warning signs. He followed Jean around constantly, always finding excuses to be near him, to be part of his life. When Jean sold the furnished home he had owned before marrying Juanita, Peterson bought it. He wasn't just buying a house, he was buying a piece of Jean's history, a physical space where Jean had lived and breathed. When the sale was finalized and Peterson discovered that Jean's linens weren't included with the furnishings, he became upset and angry, as if he had been denied something precious. Juanita noticed Peterson's behavior and found it odd. He seemed to hover around Jean, always watching, always present. But she rationalized it, telling herself that Peterson was probably just lonely, that he was seeking friendship in a new place. She had no way of knowing the depth of Peterson's feelings, the obsession that lurked beneath his awkward social interactions. As Jean and Juanita's relationship progressed, and they began building their new house, Peterson found another way to insert himself into their lives. Without their knowledge or permission, he began photographing the construction of their Land O'Lakes home. He documented every stage of the building process, taking pictures of the foundation, the framing, the walls going up, the roof being installed. He compiled these photographs into a collection, creating a secret chronicle of their new beginning. On the evening of November 1st, 2006, Jean and Juanita invited Bob Peterson to see their completed house for the first time. They ordered pizza and spent time showing him around the rooms, sharing their excitement about finally moving in. During the visit, Peterson presented them with a gift, the photo album he had created, documenting their house's construction in meticulous detail. Jean and Juanita accepted the gift, likely touched by what seemed like a thoughtful gesture from a friend. They had no idea that the photographs represented something far darker, evidence of surveillance and obsessive monitoring. As the evening progressed, Juanita needed to leave. She and her adult daughter had to drive to Newport Richey to pick up a truck, a practical errand that would take them away from the house for a couple of hours. She left Jean and Bob Peterson alone together in the new house, expecting to return to find them chatting casually, perhaps discussing work or watching television. She had no reason to worry, no premonition of the horror that was about to unfold. What happened after Juanita left will never be fully known, but investigators pieced together the most likely scenario based on the evidence they later discovered. Once they were alone, Bob Peterson produced a typed letter he had written and addressed to Jean. The letter was a confession, a revelation of feelings Peterson had kept hidden for years. He wrote that he felt like he had been living a lie, that he couldn't continue the deception any longer. He declared his love for Jean Thurneau, explaining that he had wanted to tell him in person, but had always chickened out. The letter then took a darker turn, making explicit sexual demands. But most chilling of all, the letter turned threatening. Peterson stated clearly that he would not leave the house until complete his demand. It was an ultimatum, a demand backed by the implicit threat of violence. Peterson had already asked God for forgiveness, he wrote, suggesting he knew what he was about to do was wrong, but had decided to do it anyway. Jean was a straightforward man who didn't hold back his feelings. When confronted with Peterson's proposition, he was almost certainly repulsed and made his rejection absolutely clear. He would have told Peterson to leave immediately, would have expressed his shock and disgust at the betrayal of their friendship. Jean had no romantic or sexual interest in men, and certainly not in Bob Peterson. Peterson's reaction to Jean's rejection was swift and violent. He pulled out a .22 caliber handgun and shot Jean in the head. The man he claimed to love, the man he had obsessed over for years, lay bleeding on the floor of his new home. But Peterson wasn't finished. In an act of horrifying brutality, he dragged Jean's wounded or dying body out of the house, leaving a blood trail across the driveway. He forced Jean into his truck and drove him to another location, a house Peterson had rented in Safety Harbor, Florida. The fact that Peterson had a rented house in Safety Harbor, separate from his residence in Covered Bridge Estates in Ellenton, suggested premeditation. He had prepared a location where he could take Jean, a private space where no one would interrupt whatever dark plans he had in mind. When Juanita Thurneau returned home around 7:30 p.m., expecting to find her husband relaxing with their friend, she instead walked into a nightmare. A blood trail stretched across the driveway, dark and ominous in the gathering twilight. Inside the house, she found Jean's clothes in a bloody pile on the floor. She called his cell phone frantically and heard it ringing from his discarded pants. Her husband was gone, but his clothes, his phone, everything was there except him. On the end table, Juanita found an envelope addressed to Jean. Inside was the typed letter Peterson had written, his confession of love and his threatening demands. The words on the page made Juanita's blood run cold. She immediately called the police, reporting her husband missing, and providing them with a letter that made Bob Peterson the obvious suspect. Law enforcement began searching for both Jean Thurneau and Bob Peterson, treating the case as a possible kidnapping. Detectives interviewed Juanita extensively, trying to understand the relationship between Jean and Peterson, looking for any clue that might lead them to where Peterson had taken her husband. They learned about Peterson's rental property in Safety Harbor, and that information became the focus of their investigation. 2 agonizing days passed while Juanita waited for news of her husband. On November 3, 2006, law enforcement officers arrived at Peterson's rented house in Safety Harbor. They knocked repeatedly, but no one answered. The silence from inside the house was ominous. Officers forced their way through the door, not knowing what they would find but fearing the worst. The scene that greeted them in the master bedroom was one of unspeakable horror. Jean Thurneau's body lay on the floor, a bullet wound to his head. But the brutality didn't end with murder. Peterson had mutilated Jean's body. The violence of the act spoke to the depth of Peterson's disturbed mental state, his inability to accept rejection, his need to destroy what he could not possess. Beside Jean's body lay Bob Peterson, also dead from a gunshot wound to the head from the same .22 caliber handgun he had used to kill Jean. Peterson had taken his own life, ending the horror he had created, but leaving behind devastation and unanswered questions. The murder-suicide concluded a tragedy that should never have happened, that might have been prevented if anyone had understood the danger Peterson posed. The investigation revealed the full extent of Peterson's obsession. Detectives found evidence that he had followed Jean from Nebraska to Florida specifically to remain close to him. He had purchased Jean's former home, collected photographs of Jean and Juanita's new house construction, and inserted himself into their lives at every opportunity. His brother Anthony later told investigators that Bob had not hidden the fact that he was gay and spoke of Jean Thurneau often, though he never indicated they had any kind of relationship. The obsession had been one-sided, fueled entirely by Peterson's imagination and desires. Anthony Peterson also expressed shock at his brother's capacity for violence. "I didn't even think he had a gun," he said. "I didn't think he was capable of doing it. He might have snapped." But this wasn't a sudden snap. The evidence suggested planning and premeditation. Peterson had rented a separate house in Safety Harbor, had brought a gun to Jean and Juanita's home, had written a letter in advance. These were not the actions of someone acting on impulse, but rather someone who had contemplated this outcome, perhaps even rehearsed it in his mind. Juanita Thurneau was left to pick up the pieces of her shattered life. She had lost her husband of just a few years, a man who had helped her believe in love again, who had been excited about building a future together in their new house. That house, which should have represented joy and new beginnings, had become the site of Jean's kidnapping and the starting point of his murder. In the aftermath, Juanita struggled to make sense of what had happened. Looking back over the 4 years she had known Bob Peterson, she recalled details that now seemed significant but had appeared innocuous at the time. His constant presence around Jean, his purchase of Jean's former home, his disappointment about the linens. All of it formed a pattern she hadn't recognized until it was too late. Despite the horror of what Peterson had done to her husband, Juanita told reporters that she didn't hate him. "How can you hate someone who is mentally disturbed?" she said. She relied on her faith in God to help her through the grief and trauma, the same faith she had shared with Jean. "I miss him terribly," she said. "Where else do you turn? I have to hang on to the fact that my God is a good God." The case of Jean Thurneau stands as a tragic example of how dangerous unrequited obsession can become, particularly when combined with an inability to accept rejection. Bob Peterson's love, if it can be called that, was not about Jean's happiness or well-being. It was possessive, selfish, and ultimately murderous. When Jean rejected his advances, Peterson chose violence rather than acceptance, destroying the object of his obsession rather than letting him live free. Jean Thurneau was a man who had survived the pain of divorce and found the courage to start over. He had built a new life in Florida, found new love with Juanita, and was looking forward to the future. He died at 47 years old, killed in the home he had just finished building, murdered by someone he had considered a friend. The tragedy resonates because it reminds us how little we sometimes know about the people around us, how secret obsessions can fester in silence until they explode into violence. In the end, both men died in that Safety Harbor rental house, but only one of them was a victim. Jean Thurneau was a good man who made the mistake of trusting someone whose twisted feelings would cost him everything. And Juanita was left alone in a house filled with ghosts, trying to find meaning in senseless loss, holding on to faith when everything else had been taken away. Story 8. The December wind swept through the streets of Columbus, Ohio, carrying with it the first real bite of winter as 1991 drew toward its close. The city's east side neighborhoods were preparing for the holidays, homes decorated with lights and wreaths, children counting down the days until Christmas break. For 13-year-old Shirley-Ann McVie, December should have been a time of anticipation and joy, but life had dealt her a far more complicated hand than most children her age ever faced. Shirley-Ann was a ward of Franklin County, a designation that carried both protection and profound sadness. Her biological parents faced mental challenges that made them unable to provide the care a child needed, and so from a very young age, Shirley-Ann had been placed in the foster care system. She lived with foster parents on Halleck Drive, a quiet residential street on Columbus's east side, trying to build stability in a life that had already known too much upheaval. At 13, she was at that difficult age between childhood and adolescence, trying to figure out who she was and where she belonged in a world that had not been particularly kind to her. Despite the challenges she faced, Shirley-Ann was described as a beautiful young lady, a girl with her whole life ahead of her. She attended school, made friends, and did the things that teenagers do, finding small moments of normalcy in circumstances that were anything but normal. The foster care system had given her a safe place to live, and she was trying to make the best of the situation she had been born into. Tuesday, December 3rd, 1991, began as an ordinary school day. Shirley-Ann attended her classes, chatted with classmates, and when the final bell rang that afternoon, she accepted a ride home from a classmate and the classmate's parent. It was a kind gesture, the sort of everyday favor that neighbors and friends do for one another without thinking twice. They dropped Shirley-Ann off at her foster residence on Halleck Drive around 3 in the afternoon, watching to make sure she made it safely to the door before driving away. But Shirley-Ann didn't stay home. At approximately 3:25 p.m., she was in the area of the Columbus Public Library and the Barnett Recreation Center, located at the intersection of Livingston Avenue and Barnett Road. The Recreation Center was a popular gathering spot for neighborhood kids, a place where young people could play basketball, hang out with friends, and escape the boredom of a Tuesday afternoon. Shirley-Ann's presence there was not unusual or concerning. She was a 13-year-old girl spending time near a community center in her own neighborhood, doing exactly what countless other teenagers were doing that same afternoon. Witnesses would recall seeing Shirley-Ann dark hair pulled into a ponytail swept to one side, a hairstyle popular among young girls in the early 1990s. She wore a white sweatshirt and blue jeans, the comfortable uniform of teenagers everywhere, and her green suede shoes added a splash of color to her outfit. Over it all, she wore a 3/4 length blue coat, protection against the December chill that had settled over Ohio. She looked like any other kid at the recreation center, indistinguishable from dozens of others who passed through that afternoon. But sometime after 3:25 p.m., something went terribly wrong. The exact sequence of events will never be fully known, but at some point between that Tuesday afternoon and Thursday morning, someone hurt Shirley-Ann McVie. Someone beat her, struck her repeatedly about her head and face with such force that the injuries would be described by investigators as severe. And then, when the beating was done, that same someone strangled her, choking the life from a 13-year-old girl whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For 2 days, Shirley-Ann's body lay hidden just 4 blocks from where she lived, concealed in the backyard of a residence on Scottwood Road in the 2900 block. The house was so close to her foster home on Halleck Drive that Shirley-Ann had probably walked past it countless times, perhaps on her way to school or to visit friends. The proximity was haunting, the idea that she had been killed and left so near to the place she called home, yet might as well have been a world away. On Thursday morning, December 5th, 1991, someone discovered Shirley-Ann's body in that backyard. The news that a young girl had been found dead sent shockwaves through the East Side community. Parents pulled their children closer, suddenly aware of dangers they had perhaps taken for granted. The Columbus Police Department launched a homicide investigation, trying to piece together the last 48 hours of Shirley-Ann's life, searching for anyone who might have seen something, heard something, or knew something that could lead them to her killer. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood, knocking on doors and asking questions. They interviewed the classmate and parent who had given Shirley-Ann a ride home on Tuesday. They spoke with witnesses who had seen her near the Barnett Recreation Center that afternoon. They tried to establish a timeline, to understand where Shirley-Ann had gone after leaving the recreation center, who she might have encountered, what could have led to her brutal death. The investigation revealed that Shirley-Ann had been badly beaten about her head and face before being strangled. The violence of the attack suggested rage, a deeply personal assault, or an attempt to silence a victim. Investigators looked for connections between Shirley-Ann and possible suspects, searching for anyone who might have had a motive to harm a 13-year-old foster child. But as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, the case grew cold. Despite the proximity of the crime scene to Shirley-Ann's home, despite the witnesses who had seen her that Tuesday afternoon, despite the intensive investigation by Columbus police, no arrests were made. No suspect was charged. The person who had killed Shirley-Ann McVie seemed to have vanished into the winter air, leaving behind only questions and grief. The case was particularly troubling because of how little media attention it received. In the hierarchy of missing and murdered persons, some cases capture public imagination, while others fade into obscurity. Shirleyan was a foster child, a girl without the powerful advocates that some victims have, without a family with resources to keep her story in the headlines. She became one of the forgotten, a name on a police report, a case file in a drawer, a victim whose justice was deferred and ultimately denied. Years passed, and the investigation languished. In 2002, more than a decade after Shirleyan's murder, the Columbus Division of Police formed the Unsolved Case Review Team, a cold case unit dedicated to re-examining older homicides with fresh eyes and new forensic techniques. Shirleyan's case was among the first they reviewed, recognition that her death deserved renewed attention and effort. The team looked at the evidence that had been collected in 1991, interviewed witnesses again, and searched for leads that might have been overlooked or not fully pursued in the original investigation. But even with the benefit of improved forensic science and a dedicated cold case team, the murder of Shirleyan McVie remained unsolved. The passage of time had not been kind to the evidence. Witnesses' memories had faded. People who might have known something in 1991 had moved away or passed away. The trail had grown cold in the most literal sense, and despite the best efforts of investigators, no breakthrough came. The lack of resolution haunted those who had known Shirleyan and those who worked on her case. One family member would later write online, expressing the pain of never having had the chance to meet their aunt, the wish to have learned more about her, the enduring sorrow of a life cut short and justice denied. The comment captured the ripple effects of unsolved murder, the way it leaves not just one victim but dozens, everyone who loved the person who was killed, everyone who carries the weight of unanswered questions. Crime Stoppers offered a cash reward of up to $5,000 for any information leading to the arrest and indictment of the person responsible for Shirleyan's murder. Flyers were distributed with her photograph, asking anyone who might have been in the area on December 3rd or 4, 1991, to come forward. Did someone see Shirleyan being hurt or snatched? Did someone witness something out of the ordinary that day? Something that at the time might not have seemed significant, but in hindsight could be the key to solving the case. The appeals went out year after year, each one a reminder that Shirleyan's killer was still out there, unpunished. During the investigation, police did develop at least one person of interest, a man whose name has never been publicly released. According to some sources, this individual has never been fully ruled out as a suspect. The police have held on to this lead, keeping the details close as the investigation technically remains open. But without sufficient evidence to make an arrest or file charges, the case has remained in limbo, neither fully abandoned nor actively progressing. The murder of Shirleyan McVie remains the Oregon Police Department's only cold case homicide, though this reference may be an error, as the crime occurred in Columbus, not Oregon, Ohio. Regardless of the jurisdictional confusion in some sources, the case stands as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of children in the foster care system and the particular challenges in solving crimes when victims lack strong family advocacy. The neighborhood where Shirleyan lived and died has changed in the decades since 1991. The Columbus Public Library and Barnett Recreation Center still stand at Livingston Avenue and Barnett Road, though they have been updated and modernized. The backyard on Scottwood Road, where Shirleyan's body was found, is now part of a community that has largely forgotten the tragedy that occurred there. New residents have moved in, unaware of the history beneath their feet. But for those who remember Shirleyan McVie, the case remains painfully unresolved. She was a 13-year-old girl who deserved protection, who deserved to grow up and discover who she would become. Instead, she became a statistic, a cold case file, a name on a memorial website. She was beaten and strangled just 4 blocks from her home, killed by someone who has never been held accountable, who may still be living free while Shirleyan has been gone for more than 3 decades. The foster care system that was meant to protect Shirleyan could not save her from the random violence or calculated cruelty that ended her life. The investigation that should have brought her justice failed to identify her killer. The media attention that might have kept her case in the public consciousness never materialized in any significant way. Shirley fell through every crack in the system, and even in death, she remains forgotten by most. Those who have tried to keep her memory alive have encountered frustration at every turn, trying endlessly to get connections or ties to people who knew Shirley, to find anyone who was fighting for her, only to come up empty. Nearly 3 decades expired since her death with no resolution, and now more than 3 decades have passed. The urgency that surrounded her case in December 1991 has long since dissipated, replaced by the cold reality that some murders simply never get solved. The question that hangs over Shirley's case is the same one that haunts all unsolved homicides. What happened? Who encountered this 13-year-old girl near a recreation center on a December afternoon? What transpired in those hours between when she was last seen alive and when her body was discovered? Was it someone she knew, someone she trusted? Or was it a stranger, a predator who saw an opportunity and seized it? The answers lie somewhere in the past, locked in the memory of someone who has chosen to remain silent or who has carried the secret to their grave. Perhaps the killer is long dead, taking the truth with them. Perhaps they are still alive, living with the knowledge of what they did to a foster child on a cold December day in 1991. Perhaps there is someone who knows something, who saw something, who has remained silent out of fear or indifference, or because they didn't realize the significance of what they witnessed. Shirley McVee's grave stands as a silent testament to a life that mattered, even if the world did not always treat it as such. She was somebody's daughter, even if her parents couldn't care for her. She was somebody's classmate and friend. She was a young girl with dreams and fears and hopes for the future. And she deserved better than she got, both in life and in death. The case remains open, technically active even if no investigators are actively working it on a daily basis. Anyone with information is still urged to contact Crime Stoppers at 614-461-TIPS. The reward money still stands, waiting for the tip that might finally break the case wide open. But with each passing year, the likelihood of resolution diminishes. Memories fade, witnesses die, evidence deteriorates. The window for justice grows smaller. And so Shirley McVee remains frozen in time, forever 13 years old, her ponytail swept to one side, wearing her white sweatshirt and green suede shoes. She remains trapped in that December afternoon in 1991, seen for the last time near a recreation center 4 blocks from her home, unaware that she would never make it back. Her story is one of the countless cold cases that litter the landscape of American law enforcement, reminders of justice deferred and families left without answers, of young lives cut short by violence that society failed to prevent or punish. Story 9. The summer heat pressed down on Moscow in July 2018, the kind of oppressive warmth that makes concrete radiate and air shimmer. In an apartment building in the northern district of the Russian capital, 3 young women were preparing to cross a threshold from which there could be no return. Christina, 19 years old, Angelina, 18, and Maria, just 17, were about to commit an act that would shock Russia and ignite a national conversation about domestic violence, self-defense, and the limits of human endurance. The sisters had grown up in what appeared from the outside to be an ordinary Moscow family. Their father, Mikhail Kakaturian, was 57 years old, a businessman who presented himself to the world as a respectable man, a regular churchgoer who saw himself as righteous and moral. But inside the walls of their apartment, behind closed doors where neighbors couldn't see and the outside world couldn't reach, Mikhail Kakaturian was something else entirely. A tyrant, an abuser, and a predator who had systematically tortured his own daughters for years. The abuse had begun in earnest after Mikhail forced their mother out of the apartment in 2015. With their mother gone, the 3 sisters became prisoners in their own home, subjected to a regime of violence and control so severe that it defied comprehension. Mikhail installed surveillance cameras throughout the apartment, monitoring his daughters' every move, every conversation, every moment of their lives. They could not leave the apartment without his explicit permission. He kept them out of school for extended periods, isolating them from friends, teachers, and any potential source of help or intervention. The physical violence was relentless and creative in its cruelty. Mikhail beat his daughters regularly, using his fists, his feet, and whatever objects came to hand. He shot at them with a BB gun, treating them like targets in some twisted game. He used pepper spray on them when they failed to complete household chores to his impossibly high standards, spraying the caustic substance directly into their faces and watching as they gasped and choked. For Christina, who suffered from asthma, the pepper spray attacks were particularly dangerous, sometimes causing her to lose consciousness. But the physical beatings, as horrific as they were, represented only one dimension of the nightmare the sisters endured. Mikhail subjected his daughters to sexual abuse that lasted for years, forcing them to perform acts that violated every boundary between parent and child. One of the sisters attempted suicide after being forced to perform by her father, an act so traumatic that she preferred death to the continuation of her existence. Doctors resuscitated her, sending her back to the apartment and back to her abuser, the system failing to recognize or respond to the clear signs of a family in crisis. The psychological abuse was equally devastating. Mikhail sent his daughters text messages filled with threats and obscenities, calling them prostitutes, telling them they would die as such, accusing them of inappropriate relationships with male acquaintances. One message from April 2018 read, "I beat you for everything I will you," the broken syntax unable to conceal the raw menace. He threatened to kill them. He threatened to sexually assault them and their mother. He created an atmosphere of constant terror where the girls never knew what would trigger his rage, what minor infraction would result in violence. The sisters developed serious mental health problems under this sustained campaign of abuse. Psychological evaluations would later document post-traumatic stress disorder and other trauma-related conditions. They lived in a state of perpetual fear, their existence reduced to survival, every day a calculation of how to avoid triggering their father's wrath, while knowing that no amount of caution could truly protect them. Mikhail Kakaturian's view of his behavior was shaped by his religious beliefs and his adherence to what he considered traditional values. He saw domestic violence not as a sin but as a father's right, a necessary tool for maintaining order and discipline in his household. This perspective was not unusual in Russia, where cultural attitudes toward domestic violence had been reinforced by legal changes that effectively decriminalized certain forms of family abuse. In 2017, the Russian parliament had passed what critics called the slapping law, legislation that downgraded first-time domestic violence offenses that didn't result in serious injury from criminal to administrative violations. The law, supported by the Russian Orthodox Church and advocates of traditional family values, sent a clear message that violence within the family was a private matter, something to be handled internally rather than through law enforcement intervention. For women and children trapped in abusive homes, the message was equally clear. You are on your own. By the summer of 2018, the Kakaturian sisters had endured years of abuse with no escape and no help coming. They had tried to survive, to endure, to wait for some external force to rescue them. But no rescue came. The systems that should have protected them, schools, medical professionals, law enforcement, had all failed to intervene or had intervened inadequately. The sisters began to realize that if they wanted to survive, they would have to save themselves. On July 27, 2018, Mikhail Kakaturian returned home from receiving treatment at the Solovyov Psychiatric and Neurological Center. Despite his time at a psychiatric facility, his behavior showed no improvement. He was immediately angry about what he perceived as extra expenses and mess in the apartment. He locked himself in a room with each daughter individually and sprayed pepper spray directly into their faces, punishing them for infractions real or imagined. When he sprayed Christina, her asthma caused her to lose consciousness from the chemical assault. After terrorizing his daughters, Mikhail Kakaturian went to bed, falling asleep with the confidence of a man who believed himself untouchable, whose authority within his home was absolute and unquestionable. But on this particular evening, something inside the sisters had finally broken. They had reached the point where death, either their own or their father's, seemed preferable to another day of abuse. They made a decision that night, the three of them together. They would kill their father. They gathered what they needed, a knife from the kitchen, a hammer, and the same can of pepper spray that Mikhail had just used on them. When they were certain he was asleep, they entered his room and attacked. They stabbed him repeatedly with the knife, inflicting wounds to his chest, neck, and head. They struck him with the hammer. They used the pepper spray on him, turning his own weapon back on its wielder. The violence was fierce and sustained, the accumulated rage and fear of years finding expression in those terrible moments. When it was over, Mikhail Kakaturian's body bore more than 30 knife wounds. The sisters then attempted to stage the scene to make it appear that their father had attacked them first, that they had acted in immediate self-defense rather than killing him while he slept. They inflicted superficial injuries on themselves, creating physical evidence of a struggle. Then they called the police and emergency services, telling them what had happened, asking for help. When law enforcement arrived, they found Mikhail Kakaturian's body on the staircase of the apartment building where the sisters had dragged it. The violence of the scene was immediately apparent. The three young women were arrested on the spot on suspicion of murder. During initial questioning, they admitted to killing their father and told investigators why they had done it. Years of beatings, torture, sexual abuse, and psychological torment. The investigators recorded the motive as a hostile personal relationship due to the father causing moral suffering for a prolonged time. Bureaucratic language that could barely contain the horror it described. On July 29, 2018, the sisters were formally charged with murder without aggravating circumstances. But within days, as investigators began examining the evidence and interviewing witnesses, the charges were upgraded to murder, committed by a group of persons by previous concert or an organized group. This charge carried a potential sentence of up to 20 years in prison for adult women, or up to 10 years for minors. The prosecution's theory was that the sisters had conspired together to kill their father, that the murder had been planned rather than spontaneous. A remand hearing was held on July 30, 2018, at the Ostankino court in Moscow. The judge extended the sisters' detention, keeping them in custody as the investigation continued. Initially, they were held in a detention center, separated from one another, facing the prospect of decades in prison for the crime of trying to survive. But even as the legal proceedings moved forward, something unexpected began to happen. Public opinion started to shift in the sisters' favor. As details of the abuse emerged, as the extent of Mikhail Kakaturian's cruelty became public knowledge, Russians began to question whether the sisters were really murderers, or whether they were victims who had been forced to take extreme action because no one else would protect them. In mid-August 2018, investigators officially recognized Mikhail Kakaturian's immoral actions toward his daughters and confirmed the facts of psychological and sexual abuse. This acknowledgement represented a significant development, an official admission that the father had been an abuser even as his daughters faced murder charges for killing him. On September 27, 2018, after weeks in detention, the court granted a motion to release the sisters from the detention center and place them under house arrest instead. They were required to stay in separate apartments and were prohibited from leaving their residences at night, using any means of communication including telephones or internet, or contacting anyone besides their lawyers and investigators. The restrictions were severe, but they represented an improvement over incarceration. The case became a rallying point for activists and human rights organizations across Russia. Protests were organized under the slogan, "I did not want to die," the words capturing the sisters' desperation and their lack of alternatives. More than 300,000 people signed petitions calling for leniency or dismissal of charges. Prominent figures including former presidential candidate Ksenia Sobchak and Serge Tankian, lead singer of the band System of a Down, spoke out in support of the sisters. The case also reignited debate about Russia's failed domestic violence legislation. A comprehensive domestic violence bill that would have provided protections for victims had been introduced in Parliament in 2016, but had stalled, opposed by conservative lawmakers and the Russian Orthodox Church, who argued it would interfere with traditional family structures. Meanwhile, Russia had decriminalized certain forms of domestic violence in 2017, making it harder for victims to seek legal recourse against their abusers. A 2019 survey by the independent Levada Center found that 47% of Russians, and a majority of women, believed the Kakaturian sisters' actions were justified. Another survey by Mediazona, a Russian news outlet focusing on justice issues, revealed that nearly 80% of Russian women incarcerated for premeditated murder between 2016 and 2018 had been attempting to defend themselves against an abuser. The statistics painted a disturbing picture of a society where women had to choose between enduring violence or facing murder charges for protecting themselves. In January 2020, in what appeared to be a breakthrough, Russia's Prosecutor General's office acknowledged that the sisters had been subjected to prolonged physical and sexual abuse, and concluded that their actions should be reclassified as necessary self-defense rather than premeditated murder. This ruling was expected to effectively close the criminal case against the sisters, allowing them to begin rebuilding their lives. But in May 2020, in a shocking reversal, the same prosecutor's office announced that murder charges would indeed be pursued against the Kakaturian sisters. Victor Grin, the prosecutor who had previously recommended downgrading the charges, reaffirmed the decision to prosecute for premeditated murder without offering any explanation for the change in position. The trial finally began in July 2020, more than 2 years after the killing. Kristina and Angelina, the two older sisters, were tried together, while Maria, who had been a minor at the time of the offense, was tried separately after being deemed mentally unfit for murder charges. The proceedings were lengthy and complex, drawing continued public attention and protest. In March 2021, the Kakaturian sisters were officially recognized as victims in a separate criminal case involving the violence and abuse committed by their father. This recognition represented an important legal acknowledgement that they had been subjected to crimes before they committed the act of killing. The investigation into Mikhail Kakaturian's crimes continued even after his death. In May 2022, investigators tightened the charges against the deceased man to include distribution of adult materials involving his daughters, adding another layer of horror to the already extensive catalog of abuse. On April 21, 2025, nearly 7 years after the killing, the Butyrsky District Court in Moscow posthumously found Mikhail Kakaturian guilty of sexual violence, inflicting serious bodily harm. The criminal case against him was terminated due to his death, but the guilty verdict represented a form of vindication for the sisters, official recognition that their father had been a criminal whose actions drove them to desperation. The Moscow City Court upheld this posthumous conviction in November 2025, rejecting appeals from Mikhail's relatives who sought his rehabilitation. His sister Naira had argued for his posthumous acquittal, but the court found the evidence of his guilt overwhelming and sustained the original verdict. The sisters' lawyers expressed hope that with their father's abuse now officially proven through conviction, authorities would finally reclassify the sisters' actions as self-defense and allow them to close this chapter of their lives. After years of legal limbo, public scrutiny, and continued trauma, Kristina, Angelina, and Maria deserve the chance to heal and build the normal lives that their father denied them for so long. The case of the Kakaturian sisters stands as a devastating indictment of systems that failed to protect vulnerable children from a predatory parent. It exposed the inadequacy of Russia's response to domestic violence and the ways that cultural attitudes and legal structures can trap victims in cycles of abuse with no escape. The sisters' story resonated because it forced Russians to confront an uncomfortable truth: that sometimes the people who commit violence are not criminals, but victims who had no other choice, and that the line between murder and self-preservation can disappear entirely when the systems meant to protect us fail. Story 10. The morning of November 27th, 2023, began like any other Monday in Skopje, the capital of North Macedonia. In the Debar Malo neighborhood, a residential area where families lived in modern apartment buildings, the city was beginning to stir with the rhythm of daily life. 14-year-old Vanya Georgievska, a student at Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi School, prepared to leave for classes that morning. She was a bright girl with dark brown hair that fell past her shoulders, brown eyes that sparkled with youthful curiosity, and a smile brightened by the braces she wore. A small mole on the right side of her face gave her a distinctive appearance that those who knew her found endearing. Vanya had moved with her mother Zorica, father Alexander, and younger sister Minja into their new apartment just 2 months earlier in September. Though her parents were divorced, they maintained a semblance of normalcy for their daughters. That Monday morning held a particular significance, though no one in the household could have known the terrible fate that awaited. Vanya's younger sister had received a mysterious message instructing her to arrive at school starting from the second class, meaning she would not need to leave as early as usual. Only Vanya's father, Alexander, had been informed of this message. The timing meant that Vanya would walk to school alone, as she typically did on Fridays, vulnerable and unaccompanied through the streets of their neighborhood. At approximately 7:27 in the morning, Vanya stepped out of the family apartment on Nomnomovsky Borsk Street. She wore a blue blouse beneath a black jacket, black jeans, and white shoes with brown stripes. Her rucksack hung from her shoulders, and she carried a model of an iPhone. She looked like any other teenager heading to school on an ordinary Monday. What Vanya did not know was that 3 men had been waiting for her. They had positioned themselves with calculated precision, their plan meticulously arranged in advance. The waiting men were Velibor Manov, Bor Videvsky, and Vlatko Keshishev. Velibor Manov, armed with a screwdriver, had used the tool to open the front door of the apartment building, and he and Bor Videvsky had concealed themselves inside with a sleeping bag prepared for their victim. Vlatko Keshishev remained outside in their vehicle, a white Citroën, serving as a lookout. The car itself carried its own dark history, as it had been stolen just 5 days earlier from a 74-year-old barber named Panch Zazhovsky in the nearby city of Velis. When Vanya stepped out of the elevator that morning, she had no chance to scream or run. Bor Videvsky seized her by the waist while Velibor Manov grabbed her leg, their movements swift and brutal. Before she could cry out, they pressed duct tape over her mouth, silencing any sound that might alert neighbors or passers-by. They bound her legs and feet with plastic zip ties, the restraints cutting into her skin as she struggled against their grip. Then they forced her into the sleeping bag, enclosing her in darkness and terror. The men worked with ruthless efficiency, destroying her phone to prevent it from being tracked before carrying her to the waiting Citroën. They placed her in the trunk of the stolen vehicle, and within minutes of leaving her home, Vanya Georgievska disappeared from the streets of Skopje. The kidnapping had been planned with disturbing attention to detail. The perpetrators had originally intended to abduct Vanya on Friday, November 24th, knowing that she typically walked to school alone on Fridays. However, traffic delays had forced them to postpone their plan. They knew that on Monday, November 27th, Vanya would once again be walking alone, a fact they had learned through the mysterious message sent to her sister. The coordination suggested a deeper conspiracy, one that would later cast suspicion on those closest to Vanya. Approximately 15 minutes after the kidnapping, the stolen Citroën met another vehicle at an overpass in Visbigovo, a neighborhood on the outskirts of Skopje. The second car was a Renault Kangoo, driven by a man named Ljupcho Polevsky, known by the nickname Palcho. Polevsky was the main orchestrator of the crime, a former member of the Social Democratic Union of Macedonia, who had once held an influential position as president of the party's city organization in Skopje. In recent years, he had founded the far-right, pro-Kremlin political party Desna, and the other perpetrators were all affiliated with his organization. Video camera footage from a plaza called Metalberg in Visbigovo would later capture this rendezvous, showing the Renault Kangoo driving past, followed 8 seconds later by the white Citroen. The two vehicles traveled together to a secluded location in Dupki, near the village of Brazda, arriving at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. In that isolated spot, far from witnesses and help, the kidnappers made a decision that would shock an entire nation. The crime had been conceived as a ransom plot, intended to extract money from Vanya's mother Zorica. But the perpetrators, reportedly overcome by panic, abandoned their original plan. They never made a ransom demand. Instead, they chose to eliminate the only witness to their crime. Velibor Manov pulled Vanya from the trunk of the car. They had dug a grave beforehand, a pit measuring just under 1 cubic meter. Ljupcho Polevsky approached with a 9mm pistol. He pressed a pillow against the back of Vanya's head to muffle the sound of the gunshot. Then he pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through Vanya's neck and fourth vertebra, continuing into the right hemisphere of her brain. The 14-year-old girl died instantly, her life extinguished in a moment of unspeakable violence. The men buried her body in the shallow grave they had prepared, covering her with earth as though they could bury their crime along with her. Then they set fire to the stolen Citroen, attempting to destroy evidence of their actions. Back in Skopje, Vanya's absence had already triggered alarm. At 8:35 that morning, barely an hour after her daughter had left for school, Zorica Georgievska called the emergency number 112 to report Vanya missing. Her father, Alexander, officially reported to the police for a second time at around 11 o'clock. By early afternoon, at 12 minutes past noon, Zorica posted a desperate appeal for help on Facebook, her message spreading rapidly through social media as friends, neighbors, and strangers shared her plea. The police response was immediate and extensive. An operational headquarters was established at the Skopje Regional Police Division, and investigators launched a comprehensive search operation. Several hundred police officers were assigned to the case, working around the clock in shifts that continued 24 hours a day. They collected footage from more than 50 closed-circuit television cameras along Vanya's route to school, hoping to capture some image of her disappearance. But frustratingly, none of the cameras had recorded her. Officers confiscated digital devices and vehicles, conducted interviews with dozens of people, and carried out door-to-door searches throughout the Skopje, Velis, and Štip regions. They searched the Vardar River, combed through basements of various residences, and investigated monasteries. As the hours turned into days, the search expanded beyond North Macedonia's borders. Police issued alerts throughout the country and added Vanya's information to the Ministry of Internal Affairs website. They filed an Interpol Yellow Notice, an international alert used when authorities suspect a missing person may have been taken across national borders. Border officials were placed on high alert, instructed to watch for any sign of the missing teenager. The day after Vanya's disappearance, her friends took to the streets of Debar Maalo, putting up posters with her photograph, their young faces etched with worry and hope. What investigators did not yet know was that Vanya's kidnapping was connected to another crime that had occurred 5 days earlier. On November 22, 2023, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, Panch Zeshovsky, a 74-year-old barber from Velis, had been abducted from his home. Panch was known in his community as a nice and respected man, someone who would offer rides to strangers in need. That morning, 3 men, Bor Videvsky, Velibor Manov, and Vlatko Keshishev, entered his home with the goal of stealing his white Citroen. They physically overpowered the elderly man, tied him up, and forced him into the trunk of his own car. The kidnappers drove Panch to an area called Rudnik on the outskirts of Velis, where they executed him with a 9mm pistol on the same day. The reason for his murder, according to later investigations, was that Panch owed Ljupcho Polevsky €500. His family reported him missing on November 24th, after noticing that his front door was locked from the outside, the heater was still running, and his identification and bank card were missing. The white Citroen that had carried Panch to his death would, days later, become the vehicle used to kidnap Vanya Georgievska. On December 3, 2023, 7 days after Vanya's disappearance and 11 days after Panch vanished, both bodies were discovered. Vanya's remains were found near the village of Brazda, in the shallow grave where her killers had buried her. Pancha's body was located in a wooded area near Velis. Same individuals had carried out both murders. Vanya's kidnapping had not been random, but was targeted with lucrative motives, meaning she had been kidnapped for ransom. The autopsy confirmed what investigators had suspected. Vanya had died from a gunshot wound that passed through her neck and fourth vertebra, with additional trauma to the right hemisphere of her brain. Within days of discovering the bodies, police began making arrests. On December 2nd, 3 men were taken into custody: 53-year-old Velibor Manov, 52-year-old Borvidevsky, and 64-year-old Vlatko Keshishev. Each was arrested separately, and searches were conducted at their homes and vehicles. But the main perpetrator, Ljupcho Polevsky, had fled the country. Polevsky had left for Serbia 3 days after Vanya's murder and 1 week after Pancha's killing. From Belgrade, he traveled through Bulgaria to Turkey, attempting to escape justice. On December 4, 2023, an international arrest warrant was issued for Polevsky. Investigators tracked him through Interpol, and on December 5th, Turkish police apprehended him in Balıkesir while he was walking along a highway. The extradition process began immediately, with North Macedonia's Justice Minister Krinar Loga signing the extradition request the same day Interpol notified them of Polevsky's arrest. Turkish authorities placed Polevsky under 40 days of extradition detention, and by April 30, 2024, Turkey officially approved his extradition to North Macedonia. The investigation took another shocking turn when police detained a 5th suspect, Vanya's father, Alexander Georgievsky. Authorities suspected that he had assisted in his daughter's kidnapping by providing information about when she would be walking to school alone. The accusation sent ripples of horror through the community. Could a father truly have participated in a plot that led to his own daughter's death? Alexander spent several months in detention and house arrest, claiming that he had admitted guilt only after being subjected to physical abuse by police. The suspicion cast a shadow over the entire case, raising questions about trust, betrayal, and the depths of human depravity. In May 2024, the Public Prosecutor's Office in Skopje filed indictments against 5 individuals: Velibor Manov, Vlatko Keshishev, Borvidevsky, Alexander Georgievsky, and following his extradition, Ljupcho Polevsky. On July 8, 2024, the Skopje Criminal Court dismissed defense appeals and upheld the indictments in full, assigning Judge Ivica Stefanovsky to preside over the case. On September 4, 2024, the court unified the separate cases into one consolidated trial, scheduled to begin on September 20th. At that first hearing on September 20th, all 5 defendants pleaded not guilty before the Skopje Criminal Court. Over the following months, more than 35 public court sessions were held, during which evidence was presented by both the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution displayed video recordings showing the vehicles at the Vizbigovo overpass, electronic communications between the defendants, and items collected from the crime scene. Polevsky maintained throughout the trial that he was innocent, claiming the proceedings were politically motivated because of his anti-Western and pro-Russian stance as leader of the Desna Party. During the trial, investigators pursued various theories and leads. One particularly strange avenue of investigation involved an alleged online Swedish boyfriend that Vanya's parents believed might have kidnapped her. But no evidence was found to support the theory that an online predator had abducted Vanya. Another theory emerged from defendant Velibor Manov himself, who claimed that the perpetrators had kidnapped the wrong person. According to his account, they had intended to kidnap a woman aged 38 to 40 years old and hold her for ransom. The bizarre claim suggested either a desperate attempt to avoid responsibility or revealed the chaotic, improvised nature of the crimes. On June 25, 2025, Judge Ivica Stefanovsky delivered the final verdict. Ljupcho Polevsky, Velibor Manov, Borvidevsky, and Vlatko Keshishev were each sentenced to life imprisonment for the kidnapping and murder of both Vanya Georgievska and Panch Zeshovsky. In addition to the life sentences, they received 10 years in prison for the kidnapping charges, to be served concurrently. The judge described the crimes as particularly cruel, noting that the defendants had caused Vanya severe psychological suffering before taking her life. He recounted how Veliber had taken the girl from the trunk and placed her in the hole they had dug, while Polevsky shot her in the head with the gun, using a pillow to muffle the sound. In a surprising development, Alexander Georgievsky was acquitted due to insufficient evidence of his involvement in the case. Judge Stefanovsky stated that despite the prosecutor's conviction, the evidence failed to prove that Alexander had committed the crime he was accused of. The court released him from all responsibility and from house arrest. However, the prosecution announced they would not give up on pursuing Vanya's father, suggesting they might appeal the acquittal. The case prompted demands for a child alert system in North Macedonia, similar to the Amber Alert system used in the United States. In a letter to the court, Vanya's mother Zorica wrote words that captured the anguish of every parent's worst nightmare. Such a crime cannot be tolerated. Parents should no longer cry and pray for justice. Today I am praying for justice for Vanya. Her words echoed through the courtroom and beyond, a plea that the death of her 14-year-old daughter might somehow lead to a world where children can walk to school without fear, where innocence is protected rather than destroyed, where justice prevails over evil. The weapon used to kill Vanya and Panch was never recovered. According to testimony during the trial, in June 2025, the prosecution requested an investigation into this individual for helping to conceal evidence related to the murders. The missing weapon remained a haunting symbol of the crime's enduring mysteries, a reminder that some questions would never be fully answered. Vanya Georgievska's life was cut short on a Monday morning, when she should have been sitting in a classroom, learning and laughing with her friends. Instead, she became a victim of greed, panic, and violence orchestrated by men who placed their own interests above the value of a child's life. Her story is one of profound loss, but also of a community's determination to seek justice, to remember her name, and to ensure that her death was not in vain. In the streets of Debar Maalo, where her friends once hung posters pleading for her return, her memory endures as both a tragedy and a call to action, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the importance of protecting the most vulnerable among us. Story 11. The summer evening air hung thick and still over the Susquehanna Valley on August 5, 1989, the kind of humid Pennsylvania night that made clothes cling to skin and turned every breath into an effort. Tracy Marie Crow stood barely 4 feet 10 inches tall, a petite 17-year-old with brown hair that fell past her shoulders and green eyes that reflected both intelligence and a gentle shyness. She moved through her parents' home in Ennerline with the quiet efficiency of someone who had never been in trouble, who had never given her family a moment of worry. In her small bedroom, $300 lay untouched, money she had saved from part-time work, and in her bank account sat another $400, evidence of the responsibility that defined her character. That evening, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Tracy dressed in a light blue and white floral print shirt and matching shorts, slipping her feet into white sneakers that had carried her through countless school hallways and weekend errands. She fastened her silver Timex watch around her left wrist and looked down at her white gold Halifax high school class ring, the one with the small white diamond that marked her as part of the class of 1990. The ring was a symbol of the future that stretched before her, a senior year that would begin in just weeks. She was the yearbook editor, an artist for the school newspaper, and a member of both the National Honor Society and Future Business Leaders of America. She was an extremely responsible student, the kind of teenager who made parents proud and teachers grateful. Tracy grabbed her small purse, the one with the image of a horse or unicorn on the side, and her keyring adorned with Roger Rabbit, the cartoon character who seemed to embody a kind of innocent optimism. In the trunk of her white 1971 Mercury Comet with its distinctive blue stripe, she had loaded a barbecue grill and a handful of grocery store coupons. These were gifts for her 20-year-old sister and brother-in-law, who lived at the Alex Acres trailer park off Route 147 in Halifax Township. It was a simple errand, the kind that filled the ordinary rhythms of family life, requiring no more than a short drive down familiar roads. She kissed her parents goodbye, Ivan and Ellen Crow, who had no reason to imagine this would be the last time they would see their daughter, and climbed into her car. The engine rumbled to life, and Tracy backed out of the driveway as twilight began to paint the sky in shades of purple and gold. She was also planning to see her boyfriend later. His parents lived near the town square in Millersburg, not far from where her evening would take her. Everything about the night ahead seemed ordinary, safe, predictable. By 10 o'clock, Tracy had arrived at the Alex Acres trailer park, the gravel crunching beneath her tires as she pulled up to her sister's home. The windows were dark, no one was home. Undeterred, Tracy got out of her car, retrieved the grill and coupons from her trunk, and carefully placed them on the front steps where her sister would find them in the morning. She climbed back into the Mercury Comet, adjusted the rearview mirror, and drove away into the gathering darkness. That simple act, leaving gifts on a doorstep, was the last confirmed sighting of Tracy Marie Crow. When Tracy did not return home that night, her parents felt the first stirrings of panic. This was not like their daughter, not like the girl who had never run away, who had never stayed out without calling. They waited through the long hours of darkness, each tick of the clock amplifying their fear, each passing minute erasing another fragment of hope. By the time the sun rose on August 6, 1989, they knew with terrible certainty that something had gone wrong. They reported her missing, their voices breaking as they described their shy, studious daughter to police officers who tried to reassure them that most missing teenagers came home. That reassurance died late in the afternoon of August 6th. Tracy's blue-striped white Mercury Comet was discovered parked at the town square in Millersburg, the very place where she might have gone to meet her boyfriend. The car was locked and empty. Her purse with the horse image was gone. Her Roger Rabbit keyring had vanished. The car sat silent and abandoned in a place where people gathered, where laughter and conversation filled the air, and somehow no one had seen anything. The town square, which should have been full of witnesses, had become a black hole that had swallowed a teenage girl whole. The investigation began with the natural suspects, those closest to Tracy, those who had seen her last. Police focused for years on her boyfriend and his family, scrutinizing their movements, their stories, their alibis. The boyfriend's brother would later publicly protest that his family had been cooperative, that they were innocent, that the investigation had been mishandled and their lives had been ruined by suspicion. But in those early years, the detectives found nothing concrete, no evidence that could transform suspicion into charges. The case began to grow cold, the trail of clues evaporating like morning mist. Days turned into months, months into years. Ivan and Ellen Crow aged under the weight of not knowing, their lives suspended in a terrible limbo between hope and despair. Then, in December 1993, more than 4 years after Tracy vanished, a farmer working near the Wiconisco Creek in Washington Township made a discovery that would reignite the investigation. Along Rakers Mill Road, 9 miles from Millersburg, he found remnants of a wallet scattered in the dirt and undergrowth. Inside were pieces of Tracy's driver's license and her National Honor Society card, the tangible proof of the life she had been building and the future she had been denied. The discovery was both a breakthrough and a heartbreak. It confirmed that Tracy had not run away, that she had not started a new life somewhere beyond the valley. Someone had taken her belongings and discarded them in the wilderness, erasing her presence from the world. Authorities searched the area around Wiconisco Creek, hoping to find more, hoping to find her, but the earth refused to yield its secrets. Tracy remained missing, her fate unknown, her family suspended in anguish. For Ellen Crow, the years of not knowing became a special kind of torture. In interviews, her voice would crack with emotion as she spoke about forgiveness, about how she and her family had learned to let go of anger toward whoever was responsible. "We don't care what happens to the person responsible," she told reporters, her words carrying the weight of decades of grief. "Yes, we've even learned to forgive. We just want our daughter back. We just want to bring her home." Ivan Crow did not live to see any resolution. He passed away in 2006, taking his questions and his heartbreak to the grave. The case seemed destined to remain forever unsolved, another name in the long litany of the disappeared. Then, in 2016, a woman named Holly Mallet came forward with a story that seemed to promise answers. She claimed that a man named Matthew Webster had confessed to her that he was involved in Tracy's rape and murder. According to Mallet, Webster had told her that he and some friends encountered Tracy on the Millersburg town square, that he had been drinking that night, and that what was supposed to be just a rape had turned out to be a lot more than that. He had mentioned someone he called Big Goofus, who had strangled Tracy and disposed of her body. Investigators, desperate for a break after 27 years, wired Mallet and recorded her conversations with Webster. But what they captured was not a clear confession, but a murky web of contradictions and manipulation. When both Webster and Mallet were called to testify before a grand jury in 2018, their stories unraveled completely. Webster denied ever speaking to Mallet about the case, a lie that was contradicted by the wiretap recordings. Mallet claimed she could not remember what she had told police, despite recordings proving otherwise. Both were charged with perjury, lying under oath, but neither was charged with Tracy's murder. Webster pleaded no contest and was released. Mallet was convicted and sentenced to 6 to 23 months in prison. The lead that had promised so much collapsed into nothing, leaving investigators back where they had started. But as the Webster angle disintegrated, a far more disturbing truth began to emerge, one that had been hidden in plain sight for decades. In 2019, DNA testing revealed a shocking secret. Mark Eugene Warfel, a local man known to the family, was the biological father of Tracy's younger sister. This revelation shattered everything the family thought they knew. It meant that Warfel had been intimate with Ellen Crow, Tracy's mother, at some point in the past. It suggested a connection between Warfel and the Crow household that was far deeper and more troubling than anyone had imagined. Suddenly, Mark Warfel became the focus of intense scrutiny. He was not a stranger who had randomly encountered Tracy on the town square. He was someone who knew the family, who had access to their lives, who understood their routines. His criminal history revealed at least 4 prior burglary convictions in Fulton County, a pattern of law-breaking that painted him as someone capable of violence. In 2019, Pennsylvania State Police descended on Warfel's property at 100 Mountain House Road in Halifax with excavators and cadaver dogs. They believed Tracy's remains were buried there, hidden beneath the soil for 3 decades. Kyle Wilson, a neighbor who lived near the property, watched in stunned silence as the machinery tore into the earth. "I'm surprised. I don't know what else there is to dig up," he said, bewildered by the scope of the operation. The police worked methodically, their determination evident in every pass of the excavator, every sweep of the cadaver dogs. But despite their efforts, Tracy's remains were not found. In 2022, they returned again, this time with even more resources. Then, in 2023, the investigation took a dramatic turn. State police, with permission from Warfel's family, began methodically destroying the buildings on his property. They tore down structures, ripped apart walls, and dug beneath foundations, determined to find any trace of the girl who had vanished so long ago. Neighbors watched as the property was systematically dismantled, the destruction a physical manifestation of the desperation to find answers. Kyle Wilson, witnessing the scene, could only think of Tracy's family. "I can't imagine what it would be like for them, honestly," he said. "They want closure, right? So hopefully they can get it." By this time, Mark Warfel was 90 years old and suffering from vascular dementia. He was in prison on unrelated burglary charges and had been deemed incompetent to stand trial. Additional charges had been filed against him, including indecent assault, painting a picture of a man whose capacity for harm extended across decades. He had never been formally charged with Tracy's murder, but investigators had publicly named him as a suspect, the man they believed held the key to the 30-year mystery. The searches at Mountain House Road, despite their intensity and scope, yielded nothing. Then on September 11, 2025, the final door slammed shut on any hope of a confession or a clue. Mark Eugene Warfel died in prison at the age of 92, just as efforts were being made to transfer him to a long-term care facility. He took whatever knowledge he possessed to the grave, leaving behind only silence and unanswered questions. For 36 years, Tracy Marie Crowe has been gone. The shy honor student who loved art and journalism, who wore her class ring with pride, who saved her money responsibly, who never gave her parents a moment of trouble. She vanished into the August night and never came home. Her mother, Ellen, continues to live with the unbearable weight of not knowing, of having a daughter whose fate remains a mystery. The town square in Millersburg still stands, a place of community gathering where laughter still echoes, but for those who remember, it is haunted by the ghost of a girl who disappeared there. The case remains open, classified as both a missing persons case and a homicide investigation. Authorities continue to treat it seriously, hoping that new technology or a new witness might one day succeed where excavators and cadaver dogs failed. But as the years continue to pass, the likelihood of finding Tracy diminishes, and the community of Halifax Township is left with what one local called an open wound that refuses to heal. The barbecue grill and grocery coupons that Tracy left on her sister's doorstep were found the next morning, untouched, a poignant reminder of the ordinary errand that became the last known act of her life. Somewhere beneath the Pennsylvania soil, or perhaps scattered in a place yet undiscovered, lie the remains of Tracy Marie Crowe, the girl who should have graduated in 1990, who should have grown old, who should have lived. Instead, she remains 17 forever, frozen in time on an August night when the summer air hung thick and humid, and a shy honor student drove away from a trailer park and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only questions that may never be answered.